Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard.
Worlds has just ended. You know what that means? Now we're here in Division 1 in the playoffs. The real stuff that everybody cares about. We have exciting matchups on hand. My name is Yanni. I'm joined here by Alk Battery. First matchup of our day, the Stony Brook Seawolves, the Ohio State Buckeyes, the battle for who is truly the fourth best team here and who's going to be able to move on to the semifinals.
I mean, look, this is the first ever playoffs here for Division 1, and the fact that we're going to have two best of threes to decide, it's a pretty cutthroat format. If you didn't see already, this is a single elim, so losers are just going home, and they're going to be waiting to see what the rest of the land is going to look like once we get into that spring semester. So I think it's really cool to see two different programs that have been on different rises here in Division 1. I mean, Stony Brook came in. We weren't sure how strong this lineup was going to be. Some people were really leaning on Keatong's experience, but I think that the rest of the team has been able to step up in a lot of really impressive ways, where you look at their opponents here tonight, the Ohio State, a lot of prestige coming in from traditional sports, but their League of Legends program hasn't had the same level of success throughout the many years.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a tough road for them. A couple of CLL Championship appearances. We see them occasionally crop up here and there in various other leagues, but happy to see them here in Division 1 and competing healthily, right? And coming into this one, it's going to be a bit of a mountain to climb. Maybe not a huge mountain, maybe like a tall hill. This is a team that has gotten the better of them in the regular season, but is still very conquerable. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket real quick before we get way too ahead of anything going on, because this is a murderer's row of a bracket once you get into that second round, those semifinals.
What did you just describe it as? What? Huh?
A murderer's row.
Oh. Yeah, we'll workshop that one. I did not know we were gonna. Yeah,
That's what
like
it's
you're
called
saying-
when it's
Yeah?
you're gonna get fed to the meat grinder.
Oh, I mean, I guess, yeah, that makes sense. Either way, still, it is that single elim that we were mentioning earlier. The fact that we won't have a best of 5 until finals does also, I think, add a little bit of stress and pressure. You're not going to have to go as deep into these series, but it's going to feel more kind of similar to a regular season game, but the stakes are just much higher this time. And we'll have 2 of them here today. Obviously, our first one is going to be Stony Brook versus the Ohio State, but then later on, St. Clair going on against Utah. I think this is probably going to be our closer of the 2 playoff matches, at least here for tonight.
Yeah, this is definitely, when you take a look at how the bracket is to be projected, probably one of the most hype matches we're going to get in terms of like how close these teams are going to be up until, second rounds, and, obviously the finals are going to be pretty good. Let's go ahead and take a look at the rosters for both of these squads competing here today. Over on the Stony Brook side, we have Dancing with the BL, Tempest, Yana Hamasila, the Chubby Pig, and Keetong. And over on the Ohio State University, it's 2M2MC, Shalush, 5 Fire, 5150, and Delight rounding out the bot lane.
Now, in the 7 weeks that we have played for our regular season, if my memory serves correct, and I am willing to be proven wrong, this is the first time we have seen Ruler and Delight and the pairings of the bottom lanes broken up here for Ohio State. It is so kind of interesting to me that we have decided to go for this. A lot of the times we have seen either 5150 usually paired up with Sigma Kitten. Sometimes Sigma Kitten has been put together with in the jungle very early on into the season, but they were really, I guess, intentful on trying to make sure that they have these duos set up together. Now into playoffs, is this maybe a declaration of this is the best pairing we think going into game number 1, or is this something that we should expect if they're able to go further here in the tournament?
Yeah, I do find it very, very curious if it's an intentional choice or if it was like, oh, hey, there's obviously you have subs for various different reasons, but I do want to see how those guys perform today, especially because a bot lane on the other side of the Chubby Pig and Keetong has proven to be a very stalwart bot lane.
Yes. Chubby Pig has really, really broken out as possibly the best AD carry in the league, if not second only to Mr. Mobility himself. In terms of performance, this is the player that immediately struck out to many of the fans and many of the people at home as potentially the only reason we have seen Stony Brook be so dominant throughout the season. I mean, other players haven't really stepped up on the same level. Dancing with the BL has been night and day, hot and cold in some of these games. The swap between Vin and Yana Hamasila in the mid lane hasn't really provided much in terms of utility, but Chubby Pig is the biggest focus for this team and has been throughout their entire regular season.
I love that you mentioned that he is the biggest focus, because when you take a look at today's head-to-head, well, who else is it going to be other than the AD carries, the Chubby Pig and 5150? You can see the stats on the screen. 5150 with the better KDA, but I guess that just can happen sometimes when you're a guy like the Chubby Pig who is dumping out as much damage as he is.
Well, he also has just played less games than Chubby Pig has. For sure. If you think about it, like 5150 sharing time with Ruler, didn't have as many games as some of the other AD carries. Your KDA is going to be a little bit higher. I think really important to note just how impactful Chubby Pig is. That damage per minute, almost at 1,000, I think is incredible. And for some of the champions that he's doing it on, I think is even more impressive. He's doing it on things like Zeri. He's doing it on things like Kaisa. Even if they're not finding as many wins on some of these champions, Chubby Pig is the linchpin for this Stony Brook roster.
Yeah, and one other thing we'll look at is this gold diff at 15. It is a canyon, minus 479 for 5150. Chubby Pig almost at plus 1,000. We'll see if that comes to fruition, because Alk Battery, we're heading into the draft, and as you and I both know, the draft will have a large impact on how this gold difference the difference between the goal difference, I should say, by the time we get to 15 minutes. Ohio State University, they're going to start out on the blue side. Stony Brook going to be on the red here. And now we just have to wait for the bans.
Oh yeah, I kind of took a look, and this will actually come up a little bit later. But Stony Brook, as the team that has the higher seeding, chose Red Side for game number one. Something that St. Clair also did for their first game, going against Utah later tonight. So I find it quite interesting that we're seeing a lot of teams prioritize the Red Side as we've gone into the back half of the season. So now we're going to be seeing what Stony Brook and OSU are going to have in store for us, whether or not Stony Brook are going to continue their topside bans as we've seen from them. And even looking back at the last time we saw these two teams play in Week 5, Stony Brook, they banned out Mbessa, Mel, Talia. A lot of big champions coming in for Five Fire, especially those artillery mages that we've known from him.
Yeah, you get the lane bully and Mel, you get the utility of map movement with the Talia, and a guy like Five Fire will always be able to take advantage. Now, because Stony Brook did opt into going on red side, as you mentioned, counterpick, who do you think it's going to go to? I think that maybe like Yana Hamasila could be a good option because, as you talked about, not as much in the way of utility, but more of a carry-oriented mid laner, and getting those key picks at the end of a draft can make a large difference.
Yeah, when we've seen Stony Brook on red side, they've been really prioritizing taking jungle and mid on 1 and 2. So my expectation is that this R5 is going to be going over to Dancing with the BL, a player that has been more of the bruisers. He has things like Set, a big York player here in the tournament. And TuneTuMC, I've labeled him as a carry player in a tank player's body. He wants to play all the carries. He wants to play things like the Mbessa, the Jace, the Renekton's, the Fioras, but I think really does thrive and is a lot better when he is being a facilitator for his team. It's a reason why we've seen him play Cassante the most, 0 and 3 on this pick, unfortunately, but it has been his most played and has that ability to play both sides.
All right, well, we have Orianna and Victor, one of the older mid lane combinations of all time going at each other. We now have a Jarvan coming through, really good into the Orianna. Don't think it's as good of a jungle mid combo when you pair it with Victor.
Yeah, you can have it. I think what Jarvan offers for Victor is safety in the early game, some ability to punish because Victor can be, with that siphon power, just really difficult to deal with in the laning phase especially. And Orianna, while she can't trade, does need a bit of time to scale in comparison to her opponent here. So Jarvan hopefully going to do some of the dirty work here. Tempest, I think, having to be a bit of a janitor for this team. And for OSU, it seems like the Ohio State have decided to go for a composition that is wholly indexed on some decent lanes, strong early skirmishing, especially with Wukong and Orianna as your level 6. Corki is a really good laner. So I like what OSU are kind of showing. You have strong tools for team fighting, and you have some abilities to play for some early game objectives.
Stony Brook, on the other hand, very much a later game composition. We just want to do nothing but clear out these waves as they come in, let our carries get to their 4 and 5 item marks, and then try to take over the game from there. I do think it kind of leaves Tempest as the odd man out. This is something that, you know, you and I have talked about at length in terms of Jarvan and how he is still very useful later on in the game. Mm-hmm. But, you know, again, most of the time, you really hinge on what he can do in the early game.
Yeah, also 1 and 1 on the pick for Tempest. So back half of the draft here, we are missing top laners and we're missing supports. Whether or not we'll actually see Keaton take his pick on 4 here is going to be quite telling. We've seen a lot of Bard, we've seen a lot of Nautilus. I think Keaton has the most unique champions picked. He has a bunch of 1-0s and 0-1s. We started off the season with Jarvan and Shaco bottom lane. We made our way over to like Swain and Soraka and Zillion. This is going to be his second time playing Bard here in Division 1. I think really good for being able to punish Orianna. And when we talk about how these comps are going to focus, the big thing that I'm going to be worried about here for Stony Brook is maybe a lack of frontline. Most importantly to me is whether or not we can actually coordinate our abilities here, because Bard Ultimate can be a big pain point for them if you're trying to kill someone with like a Victor or a Jarvan.
Alistar, the lock-in for the Ohio State University. This does create an interesting scenario where if the Bard roams a little too hard and, you know, the Sivir's not able to clear the way fast enough and Ohio State's in position, could see a potential dive. You do have the strength to be able to power through that spell shield. We'll see if it does come to fruition. Cassante going to be the final lock-in for the Ohio State University. And I see you making that face because we like this pick. We like the Gwen. Yeah. It's locked in.
That is a Gwen pick of all time. I mean, great in the laning phase versus the Cassante. I think a great matchup into Orianna and the rest of this OSU team. So what we're seeing from here, I think Stony Brook have put together a really cohesive draft. The only thing that might hurt them and what we've seen from OSU is, I think, just plainly put, team fighting is significantly easier for OSU. It's also a lot simpler for them. You know where your bread is going to be buttered. You have an Alistar, you have a Wukong, you have great combos to deliver Orianna Shockwave. It's whether or not you can actually deliver on that and get to those parts of the game, because I think laning phase-wise, I see Stony Brook and I see these Seawolves, if they don't have like a 15 to 2,000 gold lead at like 9 to 12 minutes, I think OSU are really happy with themselves, especially if they're able to grab either 3 grubs or take a dragon or 2 early on.
Yeah, and counterpoint, I think that, as long as Stony Brook are not out of the game, right? They don't need to have this huge lead, I don't think, but as long as they're not out of the game, they should be fine. Obviously, we talked about the Jarvan wanting to put in this work, but I mean, there is a lot of scaling over on that side. I mean, there are some very distinct weaknesses early on in this game that Ohio State can take advantage of. So I want to see Stony Brook kind of keep the pace of the game nice and slow, give up what they feel they can give up, and not be too pressured to fight for some of these early objectives.
But why though, right? Like we're gonna always be able to guarantee prio in at least 2 of our lanes. Like Victor basically deletes a minion wave before Orianna can get into range. Sivir's gonna do the same thing, and the laning phase prowess of a champion like Corki gets completely mitigated when you're not allowed to walk up. Like, how is he supposed to use Gatling gun and Phosphorus Bomb when you're getting outranged by a Victor? There's a Jarvan potentially threatening you. Sivir's doing the same thing. Like, I think it is incredibly difficult for OSU to actually accomplish the things that their composition wants to be able to do, as long as Stony Brook are forcing them to lose waves, forcing them to miss golden experience on other sides of the map here. So yes, it is, I think, a lot easier for OSU to maybe execute on their composition, and they have some strengths and weaknesses, yes. I just think that the laning phase is going to prove a little too difficult for them in these matchups. And for the Seawolves, as we get into this game number 1, a big thing for Ohio State has been, can they actually transition lane leads into gold states that can win them games? Because we have seen time and time again, Fire beats up on his lane opponent, is able to find solo kills multiple times, but just can't get over the hump and bring home those victories.
His team needs him to do so. He is the guy for a reason. It's a guy who, for a while, many thought was going to be next up in Tier 2, potentially into Tier 1 at one point in time, elected to stay in college, and honestly, very good decision on him. Good for him. He needs to be the guy to carry his team, and when you have an Orianna, you can set up situations where you are single-handedly turning some of these fights.
Yeah, Fire talked to us very early on into the season here in Division 1, saying that for a lot of the guys, these are some seniors, and we want to be able to pick up some silverware on the way out, right? Give them a good experience at the tail end of their time here in collegiate esports for League of Legends. So, gonna have to wait and see what we get from these two. Again, big focus for the Ohio State always is Fire. Aiden has been one of the best players in Tier 3 in amateur outside of collegiate, and always continues to prove his level of prowess early on. Jarvan, both junglers starting on the top side, so maybe a little bit more action than we're expecting on the bottom lane.
I do wonder if there's always a chance if Tempest wants to show up top early, depending on where 2M2MC is by the time these Krugs get cleared out. Right now, so far in the bot lane, we have Keetong using that range to his advantage, starting to chunk down this Alistar and this Corki. And as you mentioned, would be a pretty difficult time for them to deal with down there.
Okay, so the thing is like the same thing that we were talking about during draft. Already we're starting to see some of these advantages. 2M2MC is getting a minor CS advantage already over the Gwen. Gwen has sustained nerfs to her laning phase and some of her early stats, so I don't imagine it'll change too much of the matchup, and hopefully we get to see 2M2MC actually stand up, because if this is one of the matchups that ends up being a little bit more volatile, Cassante can be a bit of a thorn for Seawolves early on. So with no jungle attention, he's going to have to do a lot of it by himself.
Shalush spotted out on that ward. We saw pings in return over on the Wolves of Tempest. Good jungle tracking by both sides. Obviously, the first one is usually free as long as you get those initial some sort of initial vision. But right now, with the bot lanes being pushed in on the side of Ohio State University, it would be up to Shalush if he wanted to make something happen. Not as much early ganking power as the Jarvan.
It does have some decent damage. The armor crush coming in as well. You just have that alongside 5150. This Bard is going to be really problematic to deal with. Talked about the roaming potential. You're going to have Sivir just permanently wave clearing to allow Keetong to move around the map. Seems like early vision already being accessed. Dancing with the BL almost dies solo to 2M2MC here.
Oh.
Whoa,
all right,
whoa.
2MC flashed in. Dancing with the BL is still here. He hit level 4, though. And we have first blood going on up top. Dancing with the BL with the solo kill.
Wow, that was really close. And he didn't even lose his flash for this. So,
well,
damn, they lose out on the top side of the map here. This is the one area of the map that maybe there could have been a little bit more spice. You can see right now in the mid lane, Firefire with a wave that is bouncing back into him. Jungler is going to be behind him in this instance. And Tempest is coming all the way back from base right now. Yana Masaila has to know that Wukong is on this side of the map. Cannot step up for this wave.
Shalush waiting, but Jarvan has come through, cleared out the ward, and now he'll be forced off. This means the Firefire is going to have
from Cassante, obviously doing a hell of a lot of damage. Q3 is missed. Is this just he got... Alright, so yeah, Dancing with the BL, he gets one auto. He gets a second auto. Does he just unload all Q... Oh, it's literally all the Q stacks. It's 3 Q stacks in the middle. So he got extra damage, but that is very, very close coming on through.
Yeah, and that level up was key. Just the raw stats you get from it, the health, also the difference. It was really well played by Dancing with the BL. Obviously, 2M2MC, if he landed that flash Q, we're singing a different tune.
Oh, yeah. We'll see if we can get a little bit more here. It's going to be even more difficult once Dancing with the BL hits level 6, however. So, 2M2MC is going to have to start asking for a bit more assistance in this top lane. Already see some movement towards this dragon, though. Ocean Dragon to be started up here by Stony Brook. We're seeing Delight show in mid lane right now just to hopefully provide a little bit of assistance for Firefire, who lost his flash and also lost his teleport here while we were in the replay. So, pretty big advantage already being earned here by Stony Brook. You're always going to have priority from bottom lane. This is, again, those lane matchups from draft that we were talking about playing out in real time, and you can see how difficult it is for OSU to get anything done here.
Yep, they're going to really have to hit their level 6 spikes and go and make things happen. We already see Firefire down a Shockwave. Looks like he just used it on Yana Hamasila to just try to get some presence back in this lane, but Yana Hamasila undeterred for the moment. We're going to have Grubs coming up very soon, and obviously everybody knows the team with the Gwen would really, really love the Grubs. See if Stony Brook indexes into that as Shalush shows up, says hi.
Hits him with a Q. Maybe we get some action on bottom lane, though. Keetong.
Yeah, he got stunned, but he'll be able to walk out just fine. Now it's time for the Chubby Pig to return some auto attacks in kind. Doesn't quite land the Q as the lake goes back in on Keetong. The target focus is just not there for the Ohio State University bot lane.
This is why when people try to tell me that Sivir doesn't have many ways to play early, I just know they don't know what they're talking about. Like this champion is ridiculous. If there's a huge minion wave sitting in front of you, you put down the ricochets. I'm going to hold that point. Dancing with the BL, maybe have to do an outplay here.
All right, well, it's going to be very difficult. He tries to hop away, dropping the ultimate down as well.
Oh, my!
He's going to be able to get the outplay. Takes out Shalush. This guy's insane.
And it's a 1 for 2. Oh, my God. Oh, one more minion.
Oh.
Junglers are not in the area. Dancing with the BL
No
is using all the HP regen he can. No one else is here to help him right now. 2M2MC with 150 HP. No Q3, no flash, no all-out, no chance here. Dancing with the BL makes good on a 1v2 and completely turns this play around.
Wow, I mean, might be down in CS, but is not down in outplay potential. Now 2-0. This is one of the lanes you didn't expect to go this way early. Fire dropping the shockwave down, but is going to get knocked up, is going to get stunned up, caught in the Cataclysm. The question is, they're going to have the damage before he kills Yanohama Silo.
Ah!
He can flash over the wall and ends up being a 1-for-1 in the end.
Wow, I can't believe the difference maker there for Fire is the fact that he had double Ruby Crystal and Yanohama Silo only had one. That is literally the difference maker between these two guys, finding those kills and going even. That's a kill going over. Finally, OSU get to start themselves off here in the game, but they're losing out heavily now, and I don't think this is their grubs to play.
Well, here comes Dancing with the BL. One grub goes to Ohio State. Tempered Fate lands on the 3. Means 5150's alone for right now. Tempest is going to be able to flash over the wall. Teleport coming in. This one's the Cassante. So now it's Stony Brook being forced away. Dancing with the BL on the wrong side of the map right now. He's likely going to give his life. It's just a matter of who's actually going to get it. The shutdown will go over to the Wukong.
I think this was Stony Brook taking a few too many timers, and maybe Yanohama Silo dead as well.
Yeah, up very far, knowing that multiple enemies are there. Lots of flashes expended to go after him, but it's Fire collecting the paycheck.
All right, big win for them, and OSU now get to take all 3 grubs here. Big win for them as they not only find kills, they get an objective early on here. Looking at the bottom side, though, they gave up 2 plates to Chubby Pig on this one, so that gold difference at 15 is only going to grow at gold per minute, especially for this Sivir. Going to look really, really nice. But that was a play that needed to go in favor of the Ohio State. If they weren't able to find that, if the Buckeyes were not able to succeed in that play, I think this game was doomed. I mean, that was a timer where Stony Brook, they had no ultimates on mid and jungle. They knew that Dancing with the BL didn't have the needlework. I think that was a very risky play for the Seawolves to go for.
All right, we have a knock-up coming through here, but not too much more, as Ketong has spent a lot of time down here. Obviously had that a nice teleport in the mid with that Bard ultimate, but yeah, it has been rough sledding for the side of the Ohio State University, specifically in this bot lane. And you know, when you have a scenario like that, you really want this Corki to come alive in a fight. Sure, you got an assist, but because of how disconnected that fight was, you couldn't really pick up any more kills. Dragon coming in about a minute. Everybody on Stony Brook redeploying to this bottom side.
So we're at that threshold that I talked about in draft, 9 to 12 minute mark. Dragon spawning in a minute here, where I think if OSU were able to grab this Dragon, they can feel a little bit more comfortable about their chances. Also, we look at the mid lane builds right now. Double Rod of Ages for both of our mages here means that damage-wise, these champions are not going to be as prolific, but they are going to have a lot of ability to kind of stick around and be a little bit more annoying. Maybe get multiple rotations of their spells here. See if they can look for something around mid. They know Fire has teleport and he has his flash, but it looks like they just want control of the river entering.
Fire playing up very aggressively, knowing that he is able to kind of bully around Yamaha and Silo a little bit. Shalush in the area. There's that Cataclysm. Shalush getting in. Shockwave lands onto both members, and Yanohama Silo is dead. Fire getting hit up by the Arcane Storm, and he gets lanced. Stepped a little too close.
Oh!
Step back into it. Huh?
He tried to step back into it, but Shalush finds the kill. They get out of that one. No flash being burned by Fire. He trades 1 for 1. This will be teleports coming on through. And now, Yanni, we're going to be watching a fight between 2 teams that have no ultimates between their mid and jungles right now. I think this could potentially be either a big win for them, or they're just looking for a lane swap in this situation, as already Chubby Pig, first to move, he goes into mid lane right now, and Yanohama Silo just moves into bottom lane. I think this is really well played here from Stony Brook.
I want to see Ohio State start this fight. They have flashes on their jungle mid duo compared to Stony Brook, who are flashless on the other side. As you mentioned, the tool's not quite there, so you're going to really need the light to do a lot of heavy lifting if you want this Dragon. Fire trying to take as much control as he can, using that ball for vision. Wants to get that damage down. Chubby Pig taking a chunk before getting a little too close. Dragon started up here by Tempest, 5150, looking to link up with the rest of the team. Good damage from Yanohama Silo, but a big turnaround here. Tempest chunked to about half HP. There's that gravity well getting used, the light trying to absorb everything. Tempest chunked, can't get away, and Fire gets the kill. Shalush is going to go in. Ketong going to take the magical journey of the wall. Chubby Pig at half HP. Fire once more. That shockwave is going to come up real soon. Stony Brook's got to be careful. If you stick around, you could get burnt.
Tempest just missed 2 EQs twice in a row there. He didn't have his standard down, and he missed both of them. Both coming out of the bush and then going into Delight there. So massive misplay around the Dragon. I mean, this was a play where, yes, we didn't have mid-jungles having their ultimates, but the people who didn't have flash were Yanama, Syla, and Tempest. So this is going to be a big punish here for OSU. Now, Firefire just gets a solo kill in the mid lane. So they're going to get more turret plates. They get the Dragon for themselves. OSU have completely turned around this early game.
And we said, who needs to take over the game? It's Firefire. He's done fine in the laning phase, but these skirmishes are where he's really shined. And obviously, getting that solo kill there, just the cherry on top of it. 5-2-1, 13 minutes into the game.
Just performing, honestly. Like, the early game obviously didn't go their way, but now OSU, they're going to have massive spikes coming on through. First items for almost all of their members, 5150. The poorest member probably outside of the supports, but definitely looking to try to get closer to that Trinity Force soon. It'll be a really big spike alongside the rest of his team, and we kind of look back at some of the other parts of the game right now. We talk about maybe the 2-item power spike coming in for OSU. We look at the fact that they got 3 grubs away from a team that I think is much better at being on the side lanes, especially with a Bard and a Sivir and a Gwen. This is a point in the game where we talked about during the draft, OSU, if they're not behind at a certain amount, I think they're pretty happy about where they are in this game, and I think I'm going to need to see a little bit more out from them, especially considering that we haven't really gotten the Gwen all that involved in team fights.
1 minute until the Herald is up. We see Shaloosh showing up here on Yamahama Syla. Shockwave is available, is going to get used. Yamahama Syla, no flash. Shaloosh wants to finish him off, and Fire gets the kill. Tempest a little too late to cover. He takes the flag and drag in. You got to remember, that's a Trinity Force over on Shaloosh.
What are we doing?
It's a double kill for Fire. Now Ketong, the next challenger, approaching. He gets chunked to half. Shaloosh wants it all. It's a triple kill for Fire.
Triple kill here for Fire and the turret as well. The Trinity Force Wukong is going to help out massively. OSU are showing up here in this game number 1 of our playoffs. Incredible stuff here, and maybe they even go for a little bit more. Chubby Pig.
He gets knocked up and flashed on. The big one missed. The stuns are there. Chubby Pig flashed away. Delight trying to tank up everything he's got.
Chubby
and he will
Pig?
fall. Oh, the turret's going to hit 5150, but he will be able to survive. It is a 1-for-1 Chubby Pig doing his thing.
Everything is just going the Buckeyes' way at this point. I mean, you're up 30 CS in this top lane matchup, even with the solo death coming in from the 1v2. Mid lane is looking incredible right now. Bottom lane is not even... They've completely equalized some of that massive gap that we saw from 5150. Mm-hmm. So, look, I want to get excited. I was the biggest believer of OSU being our 4th best team here in Division 1, but the season has just not shown that to be true. And even just across divisions, Stony Brook have been the 4th best program here in Division 1. I mean, they got 4th in Valorant, 4th in League, and now losing here to game number 1. We'll go to a replay just to watch Yanama Syla and the rest of Stony Brook just kind of run in one by one into this team. Yanni, I don't know what is the plan here.
I don't know either, Alk Battery. I just think that they forgot that Shaloosh had his Trinity Force, right? They're like, oh, well, Fire's got Rod of Ages. It's not that big of a deal. Speaking of some things that might not be that big of a deal, All Out does get used here. Dancing with the BL. He's going to get run down as the light is going to show up, and so is the rest of the squad. And it does turn out to be a pretty big deal for this Gwen, who's going to lose a whole lot.
All right, Gwen is so far behind at this point, and now they're trying to make a play on a Fire. Has flash, has ultimate.
He's got stun, and he is dead. It is a shutdown going over to Tempest.
That is exactly what they need. A Rift Herald also summoned here by OSU. I think a little hasty. It's going to be Shaloosh taking this entire top lane wave. Is he going to use the Herald? Yeah, he is. Okay, so we're going to go for a second crash, or the first crash here onto this turret. Trying to go for more turrets, but they won't have time to recall. I think more importantly for me, and making a really long lane for Gwen, I think is advantageous here for Stony Brook, giving her the ability to farm for extra long timers, as well as maybe even finding something a little bit more. I do not know what's going on. What the hell? That Rift Herald just teleported. Okay. Ketong, yeah. He's going to stop Shaloosh for now, but I mean, 40 seconds before this dragon spawns. I don't like this.
Yeah, Shaloosh has found out the hard way that when you greed for Krugs, you are going to be met by everybody. Another shutdown for Tempest.
That's a big investment, though. Like, yes, Shaloosh dies. I don't like the setup of having 2 of our turrets now taken there. I think short-term gold gains are not worth it here in this instance, but maybe they get to their second items. We see Shaloosh finish a Sundered Sky alongside that. Maybe we get to see Fire get closer to his third item. A Muramana completed here for 5150 soon, but now we're going to be down having the Tempest, or having Keaton's ultimate for this next play, for this dragon. So, seems like Stony Brook are just more emphasizing and trying to put an importance on gold now. Let's make sure that we can get at least some time out on the map, because I feel like they have been a little too fast in this game number 1.
Fire and 5150 immediately on the way. Shaloosh isn't going to be here, but you can see Fire's damage is starting to come in hot and heavy. Chubby Pig forced out. 5150 engaged on. Tempest drops his ultimate down, but 5150 got out. Shockwave only goes on to 1, but it finds the kill anyway. Keatong and the Chubby Pig got to run for the hills, as well as Yana Hamasila, as the Dragon will go the way of the Ohio State University.
The Buckeyes make true on the play. They said, look, you might have killed us on the top side, but that gave us a perfect amount of time to recall, re-get out on the map, and find ourselves another big team fight win. This Gwen is just too far behind at this point. Part of the strength of this Stony Brook lineup would be that your side laning and your ability to skirmish against some of these mobile carries is a lot better, but when Gwen is so far behind, and especially when Fire is so ahead of his opponent, it makes it incredibly difficult for them to deal with the range of OSU's mid laner. So another great setup here from the Buckeyes, and potentially trying to rewrite what was a disappointing regular season from OSU. I mean, 3-4 is obviously not that bad of a scoreline, but going down 1-2 in week 5 versus Stony Brook kind of made or break who was going to be the 4th seed going into playoffs.
Oh! Shockwaves, knockups. This teleport isn't even necessary. Yana Hamasila is gonna fall. Double kill for Fire.
Damn. They get that entire play, and guess what? Otacon's gonna be spawning soon. So Stony Brook are going to have to come back out onto the map with a pretty big disadvantage, all things considered. Shaloosh trying to find Tempest, just completely shreds away at this Jarvan. And Sivir can never hit on this wave. If Stony Brook get this top tier 1 with all of the gold and the objective bounties, it'll feel nice, but it'll barely put a dent in this 7,000 gold lead that the Ohio State are rocking with.
Yeah, this game has really gotten out of hand off battery. I mean, the scaling for Stony Brook is there, but I don't know if you're going to be able to actually get there, right? You're not really being afforded these opportunities. You have to give up so much on the other side. We do have that Otacon spawn in the bottom side, as you mentioned, and Tempest wisely stepping back. We have an objective bounty going the way of the Gwen. Keatong getting around from the edge. This is a 3v3 that I don't think is good. Light getting chunked out, but so is Tempest. Meanwhile, Fire is just winning the 1v1. They flashes away, but he just dies to Fire anyway. Otacon is now going to aggro. 2M2MC, 5150. Trying to turn on the Tempest. They've got an Orianna TP on the way. Here's Cassante trying to do Cassante things to all out, all the way over on the other side of the Chubby Pig. The Chubby Pig in a little bit of trouble, so is Tempest. And here comes Shaloosh. Tempered Fate only hits 1. And the rest of Stony Brook cannot get back in.
Ohio State, they weather the storm of some of these bad matchups early, and now, I mean, these team fights have been going their way for the past 15 minutes here. 21 minutes, and we'll have the Otacon taken. Baron spawns in 4, Dragon spawns in 2, and Ohio State are looking incredibly poised here in this game number 1. Just destroying Dancing with the BL in the side lane. Fire teleports into the play. By that point, his team has already won the entire fight. An incredible standard being set here by Ohio State, and a really strong showing for a lineup that has been kind of in flux, right? We've had Sigma Kitten and 5150 kind of coming in and out of the lineup. Ruler and Delight obviously mix and matching which lanes, and even early on, the first 2 weeks of the season, OSU were actually rocking Sigma Kitten and Shaloosh in the jungle as kind of a swap between the two, between games 1 and games 2. So I think it is really, really interesting that this team has finally kind of figured it out as to, at least game number 1, what their puzzle is going to look like. And wonder what we'll get from them in game number 2. Sila barely getting away from a play in mid.
Alright, Tempest getting engaged on him top. Shockwave lands onto him. They're going to try to turn on a Fire, but he's just too tanky. He's just too strong. Dancing with the BL cannot stand up to him. The Chubby Pig is in trouble. The 5150 does end up falling as Yana Hamasila trying to do everything possible that he can to just keep this game alive, to allow himself to scale more on this Victor. The light with the knockup onto Chubby Pig, but here comes that turnaround. The damage is starting to come in.
Oh!
Flash stun from Ketong. They know they need this fight, but the light pops his ultimate, and it's so hard to take him down. It's a shutdown for the Chubby Pig. Stony Brook, they want so much more, but they may desperately pay for it. Double stun. All out. Yana Hamasila falls. The Chubby Pig is next. And Ohio State is running this game.
They moved a little too far forward. I get it, though, from Stony Brook. You have to be able to walk forward. You have to be able to take these fights, because if you can get a little bit more, maybe you can get one of these shutdowns from the soul lanes from OSU, you feel a lot more comfortable about your purchase in this game, but unable to do so, get punished immediately for their hand in the cookie jar. Fire moves to 14-3 on his Orianna. A champion that in the regular season here, we actually have not seen him play. Obviously, we've seen him outside of Division 1 be able to pick up this champion to great success, but here in Division 1, first time seeing it here, and he is performing absolutely admirably. Him and Shalush have been kind of running this game all the way through.
25 stacks on that Magi's, and when you see an Orianna with a fully stacked Magi's, you know you are well and truly doomed. This is not a typical Magi's champion. That's so much damage coming through. You've got your 2 defensive items, and you're still doing so much.
I mean, he's just 2 items behind. Like, if we're being flat, like very, very plain about this. Yana Hamasila is 2 levels behind 2 items behind Fire. And hell, we'll throw in the levels at this point as well, considering the Otacon did go over to OSU. Pretty big advantage being gained by the big carries of OSU. Now, let's see how they're able to close this one out. I think if Chubby Pig can get to 3 items, we can maybe get a more competitive game. But Baron spawns in 30, and there are not many turrets standing around the map. Dancing with the BL getting killed again by Fire.
He has had such a rough game. I mean, you had the 1v1 outplay that you could have died on. You had the 2v1 outplay that was very well played by him. But outside of that, I mean, like, the laning was very, very tough. Was down in CS. The side laning has been very difficult, not improper vision. And fairness to Fire, he's played very well in these side lanes into Dancing with the BL. There's not too much to do. Ketong up a little too far forward. Gonna try to magical journey out, but he got stunned up. He's gonna lose so much already. Shalush coming through with the Cyclone. The Chubby Pig gets knocked up and he can't get away. He's dead too. Knockups are there. And the Ohio State University is looking to slam the door on game 1.
Who needs a Baron? We could just end on the next wave here. It is Dancing with the BL and Yana Hamasila. This Victor should make quick work of the minion wave. OSU are going to make their way over to the big purple worm on Summoner's Rift, and Yanni, this is going to be even more exciting of a playoff series than I think we initially expected. We thought for OSU this was going to be a repeat of the regular season, and it's only game 1, but if they're able to turn their fates, if they're able to make good on some of the promises that they had made for some of these senior players, I think being able to do so, make top 4 over Stony Brook, does feel pretty good.
Without a doubt. And, obviously, we don't exactly know what the next round would hold. The winner of this match goes and plays against Maryville. And it's a tough mountain to climb there, but I'm sure that if you get a strong victory here today, you can go into that match thinking, well, you know what? We earned our spot. We're going to go for it and see if we can make gods bleed. Obviously, not that far yet. Stony Brook is going to have at least one game to try to turn this around, and they're not out of this yet, but it's not looking good.
Yep. Get a replay of this fight. It's just too difficult. The gold differential at this point is a little too massive. Also, again, we were waiting for Sivir to get to those 3 items. Ketong gets picked, and that turn basically turns into 3 kills immediately. Baron is secured here for OSU. Dragon spawns in 2 minutes, so perfect layering of the timers here. By the time that OSU are done with their Baron buff, they'll be able to move and grab themselves the Cloud Soul. And hell, at that point, they might not even need it. Remember, they have 3 grubs as well, so with this Baron, they should be able to very easily delete these structures. Sivir is going to make it difficult in at least one of these lanes, and if Victor can get to a 3rd item, then maybe we can make an argument about the next minion wave being gone. Shockwave!
Oh. It found a couple of them for sure, but the light may have gone a little bit too far. Shalush, though, is waiting to slide in, flashes forward, knocking up multiple members. Ketong is low, Yanahamasaya is low, Tempest has fallen, 2M2MC is running cleanup crew on the fountain steps. And the Ohio State University put an exclamation point on game one. 17-3-10 for 5-5.
31-9, a 28-minute affair, completely dominated here by the Ohio State outside of the first 8 to 10 minutes. Stony Brook just did not look like they were as composed. We'll get a replay of the final fight. No, we will actually come to our faces here. And that was a schlackening. Like, remember, this is 2M2MC's first Division 1 win on Cassante all season.
Let's
He
go.
was 0-3 before this before this game. Fire, his first Oriana of Division 1. He gets his first win here. I mean, a lot of firsts here for this team, and while the last series between them and Stony Brook went the distance, went all the way to 3, Stony Brook did end up taking the last gasp in that one, ended up going 2-1 in that series, and putting themselves, literally that win is why they are the 4th seed. And obviously it doesn't mean as much to be 4th and 5th seed if you're going to play against each other in playoffs, but there's a little bit of a rivalry there.
Oh, without a doubt. You would rather finish 4th than 5th, you know? I mean,
Agreed.
It just is what it is, right? And what a time to get some of your first wins on some of these champions. You know, when you're playing your best League of Legends going into the playoffs, listen, that's fantastic. You want that. There's nothing better than that. We are going to be able to look in at this last fight. And, you know, the beginning here, a little disconnected. I think they're that far ahead that they don't really mind. Good ball placement from Fire. But then, of course, Shalush comes in, and there goes the neighborhood.
Yeah, I just, a worry that I had was, I think that Bard Jarvan is really difficult to execute, and we didn't actually end up getting to see too much of the combos. Like, if you remember, there was that kill in mid lane between Shalush and Tempest, where Ketong throws an ultimate to try to save his jungler. His jungler walks back in and dies anyway. There in that play, he throws the ultimate. I kind of wish that Ketong had maybe aimed the ultimate at the turret to try to save it and let Tempest walk away. Just a lot of what ifs in this game. And Tempest, I think, had a really, really off game here. It has been 2 weeks since the end of the regular season, so you can maybe chalk that up to a little bit of rust coming on through, but that was an uncharacteristically bad game coming in from Tempest, where I think his opponent just completely preyed on his mistakes, and OSU looked really, really good.
Yeah, the mid-jungle synergy coming out of the Ohio State University was just a little bit better, and I think that mid-lane play where they fell like dominoes and then the turret went down was really where the game started to get out of, like, you knew it was like, this game might be over here. This might be too big of a mountain to climb.
Well, that's going to be it for game number 1 between OSU and Stony Brook. We are going to go to a short break to make sure that we're good to go and for the two teams to get ready for themselves. And when we're back, we'll be here with game number 2 of our first playoff series between the Ohio State and Stony Brook University.
Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Division 1 playoffs. The Ohio State Buckeyes taking a Game 1 victory in dominant fashion, Hawk Battery. The Stony Brook Seawolves backs against the wall now. You do not want to take the win in the regular season and then lose when it matters the most.
Yeah, that would be really disappointing, and I think it also comes from just a gameplay perspective. I don't think the draft was as bad as maybe it could be. They had a lot of really good things going their way, but matchups didn't go the way they were supposed to. Looking at top lane, the Gwen versus Cassante matchup, I think maybe that's changed because of those Gwen changes that we've been seeing throughout the year. But just in general, I think that Stony Brook did not look as sharp as we've seen from them. Chubby Pig is trying, but he's a 2.5 item Sivir, man. Like, the rest of the team has got to get it together. Yano Masaila, not the strongest laner, but definitely a lot better than a player like Vin on the Seawolves lineup, and has been able to hold his own against some of the best mid laners here in Division 1, so feels like a lot of the players that we're expecting to really be carries or have these big performances being a little bit quieter here in game number 1.
Yeah, the very early lane for Yanama Hamasila was pretty all right. You know, it was fine. He was getting good trades. I mean, that's just how the matchup actually goes. And it just felt like after they went in with that Jarvan gank, they got the flash, and you just didn't have a chance to really revisit before Yana Hamasila got into some trouble. That's where things kind of turned, and that's where Fire was able to run away with the game. My biggest concern has to be with dancing with the BL. I really didn't expect him to go down that much CS after getting that first kill and then getting the second kill. It just felt like he could not stand up to this Cassante.
He also got I think the lane assignments were really smart here from OSU. We decided to put the Orianna instead into the Gwen, and then just at that point it became really untenable. I went to go look because I was curious if maybe I was wrong, if I hadn't been calibrated. Currently in solo queue, and we can even go back an additional patch if we really want, the last 30 days. Gwen versus Cassante, 54% win rate in solo queue, in Diamond Plus solo queue. So the last 30 days, I would say that that's pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty interesting to me. Sorry, 53% win rate, but still, that's more than... That's still more than half of the games.
That's the difference.
Champion. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of surprised, like you're mentioning, Dancing with the BL has been a decent enough top laner, someone who I think doesn't usually fall behind in many of his matchups, but also I think sometimes outplays himself in a lot of instances. So let's see what the priority is going to look like. This is going to be hopefully Dancing with the BL on something a little bit different, whether that is his comfort Yorick, who he is currently 1-3 on in the regular season, or we're going to see him move over to things kind of similar to maybe like a Rumble.
Well, I'm not going to lie. I have had enough of Yorick in an elimination game today. I'll tell you that much.
True.
Spoilers for those who may not have seen. Yeah, I would not go with the Yorick in the elimination game myself. Give me the Rumble if you want to go with that. I'm totally fine with that. We'll see if these big carries are able to come through when they matter the most, right? 5-fire, we talked about it. Like, is he going to be enough? Well, certainly more than enough for that game. Hopefully he left some kills for game 2.
All right, OSU again on the blue side here. So Stony Brook have opted now twice for the red side here. Interesting development. We talked about it at the very beginning that both Stony Brook and St. Clair chose red side for their game number 1s of the playoffs, and we have been seeing more and more teams reach for this side. I wonder what other counters we're going to be getting, what kind of spicier picks we're going to be seeing from these players. Again, only a best of 3 until that last grand finals here in the playoffs. Bans are looking very similar, though. A Zeri, a Karma here for OSU, and for Stony Brook, assuming it's going to be both the Mbessa and the Mel yet again.
Yep, no doubt there. So we'll see if they continue to attack 5-fire's champion pool. All right, so what do you want to see on the side of Stony Brook here this time around that's different from what they brought to the table in game 1?
Well, I want to see it's not a champion-specific thing, but I just need to see Tempest perform, because that game number 1 had a lot of things that left a bad taste in my mouth and made me feel like, okay, maybe this is going to be a lot more OSU-sided than we initially came into today with. But Talia is going to be the next one, so again, a big focus onto 5-fire's champion pool. Trundle says to me that we're going for a Scion first pick. There's no Jarvan either. Are they trying to bait it out potentially? That could be something. I know that I had made the joke that TM2MC is a carry player in a tank player's body. We got him on his first Cassante win, and if there's going to be a Scion, we could see things like a Fiora that we have gotten from him earlier on into the season. Even things maybe like a Mordekaiser.
We've got a Dr. Mundo getting locked in for Stony Brook. A little bit more popular in the jungle compared to top lane very recently. We'll see where this one heads. We're going to see Tristana coming through here. Could go either mid lane or bot lane. Not as popular as a whole as she once was. But I do think that does give some very valuable agency to either of these mid lane or bot lane on the side of Stony Brook that they didn't really have early on in the first game.
Yep. I assume this is going to be going over to Chubby Pig. Give him a big carry that if he can get to scale, if he can hit 2 and 3 items, then he can be a big game player here in game number 2. Elimination on the line here if Stony Brook are to lose this game, and OSU are going to go with a lot of good classics for them. A good skirmishing jungle mid-duo here. Syndra for 5-fire. He is 0 and 1 on this champion here in the regular season, but really good burst potential. And this is going to be a Yone here for Yanahama Sila, champion that he very quickly made a name for himself on in the regular season early on. We haven't got to see too much, as many of the teams actually spent a lot of bans towards this mid laner.
We'll see what Ohio State elects to ban in the second half. I think that is highly likely, as you mentioned, that Yanahama Sila is going to get this Yone. There's always a world where he doesn't. We don't know if that's going to affect Ohio State's bans, or if they'll just say, hey, you know what, we'll target out the support. They will opt to send some bans over on the top side, not fooled by any trickery that Stony Brook is doing, because realistically, they have incredible flexibility in those 3 picks, although they have their best in slot roles, I think.
So we're getting rid of Rumble. We're also banning Renekton. I do think Jax ends up being really strong here in this game for Stony Brook. Expect to maybe see it on 4 if it's not banned here by OSU. The value you get versus non-mobile mages like a Syndra, non-mobile AD carries like a Varus, even dueling against Shalush on this Xin Zhao actually gets a lot of value here. And you still have the ability to flex it, as the Mundo and the Jax can be, a little bit more fluid into whether or not they're top in jungle. It's going to be the instant lock of the Nico here for Ketong. I'll be honest here, Yanni. I'm seeing a lot of upfront damage for Stony Brook. I'm not seeing a lot of clear ways of engaging fights. And a Xin Zhao ultimate, a Scatter the Weak, even Renata as a champion does make that even more difficult to pull off.
Yeah, I'm so with you on that, Alk. There's just not that much in the way of what Stony Brook's got right now. And realistically, I don't know what last pick is going to fix all of that. And as you mentioned, with what you have to wade into, especially with this Renata now, with the way that Stony Brook's team composition is lined up, this Renata is deadly against them. We are going to see the Mordekaiser get locked in, so that is going to solidify all of our positions here Mordekaiser in the top lane, Mundo in the jungle, Yone in the mid lane. No big surprises there. But again, this is a walk at you comp. Renata is so fine with that. Everybody on the Ohio State University is so fine with that.
Yep, another thing that we'll have to talk about is laning phase, because I see this from the Seawolves, and I like what they put down in the first few minutes. I mean, Sion, Mordekaiser, Yone versus Syndra, these are early lane matchups that can be very volatile. Renata into range can be a little bit more difficult to deal with, so I like what Stony Brook have put together from a laning phase perspective. It's just about whether or not they'll be able to execute once we get into a later game skirmish, because there's going to be two big tanks sitting in this game. There's going to be a Sion versus a Mundo, and Mundo is going to have a lot less access to golden experience in comparison to the Sion. So being able to match the curve there, if we're able to deal with this Syndra, I think that Firefire is probably the weakest member here in this game. Not a ton of clear ways to be able to deal with either of the mid-jungle duos from Stony Brook.
Yeah, it's just all about the CC. You don't even care about the unleashed power at that point unless they're already very low. But, you know, I like what you mentioned from a lane perspective. This is really good for Stony Brook, but you know, where the pieces going to come together. This is the most solo queue-esque composition I've really seen when it comes to like, yes, we are playing competitive games. This is very like, if I saw this in solo queue on the other side, I might be a little bit frightened. But if I'm playing in a comp game with my team that I have, I'm the Ohio State University, I think I'm all right with that. All right, so big question. Do you think that Tempest is like Owner and does not know the buttons? Or do you think he's like Cuz and knows how the buttons work?
Well, Mundo's also been nerfed since World Championships, so I think this
True.
champion is definitely not as strong as what we saw in
Thank
Worlds
God.
5 and 0. Mundo's also kind of been in this state for a really long time, so I feel like this was mostly people catching up with the pick. And thank you to Skewmon for infecting the rest of the world with the Mundo for the World Championships. I don't think you don't need to care about the complexity of this champ, unfortunately.
Shout out our friend Jamada for trying to say that Mundo isn't imbalanced, by the way.
I mean, he isn't. Like, this champion is really easy to deal with.
Okay, bud. I mean, he is. All right. He is. That's very fair. But yeah. I think if this champion is being played in the jungle in very high annals, there is something that's not quite right there. We are heading into the game. Game 2, the Ohio State University looking to put it away with their Smash Lane win game comp. Sorry, Stony Brook looking to do that. My bad. The Ohio State University looking to come together, coalesce once again as a team, and take the victory.
All right. Let's see if they can actually get it done. Seems like it is going to be the on-hit Varus. Absolutely necessary. Tempest, again a level 1 that I'm not a huge fan of right here. You're giving over first strike gold. It is only 4 gold this time, so not as much as a kill's worth is going to be. But I think that OSU do have proper tools to be able to deal with a champion like a Mordekaiser and a Mundo later on.
You know, Mundo should be getting punished for walking up that far. You know,
Yes.
I know he gets to go back and have all this HP. Man, can't just do that, Tempest. Tempest needs to, as you mentioned, have to have a cleaner game this time around. Firefire already looking to just use his range to make Anahamasila uncomfortable and walk in with his minion wave.
Yeah.
All right, so this early game, I think that, again, you know, we want to talk about things like Grubs.
Oh, we're lane swapping. Yes.
We are.
Yes.
Okay.
We have a Sion. We don't want to deal with the Renata. We don't want to deal with the Tristana and Nico early. Just let Sion hold. You also get to put the Mordekaiser behind. I like this idea. Shalush is also pathing up towards the top side, so if we get an early swap, he will be there to help out with whoever is on the top side of the map right now. So I do like this idea. Whether or not Tempest actually makes an appearance up in the top lane and potentially ruins his jungle clear just to help out versus the Varus is always an option.
This does present a scenario in the bottom side where if the light walks up too far and gets hit by the tangle barbs at level 2, that we could see an instant death. We could see Chubby Pig just, you know, fly in, drop the E on him, and take him down.
That is true. We'll see if that ends up being
Do
the
it,
case.
do it, Firefire.
Firefire getting early vision, doesn't steal any of the Raptors here. doesn't actually end up losing all that much. This matchup early on for Syndra is favorable, but as Yone gets items, as he gets a little bit more durability, does become a bit more questionable. Basically, he's doing a flash check on you if he ever lands Q3 and ult. He can also sustain as well if he gets the Blade of the Rune King. So, decent farming here for Sion, taking a lot of damage early on. Almost a full plate already gone here in favor of the Chubby Pig and Ketong, but you're looking at it, I mean, Varus just gets to have a free lane for the first 5 minutes of the game.
And it's really hard for Tempest to do a whole lot. I mean, when you're just trying to go up there, as long as Varus can dodge out on the claw, it's, hey, we are two big champions, like, walking at you. And sure, sometimes you can walk down a Varus, but this is a Varus with Ghost. It's going to be very difficult. We're just seeing Delight move up here toward this mid lane to back up 5-Fire, and then eventually to get to that top side. Tempest is here. He hits 5-Fire, throws the book at him. Knockups there. Shaloosh trying to come through as well. 5-Fire getting much lower. First blood goes to Ketong. Tempest going to be the next target. No longer spell immune. Shaloosh will take him out. The wind becomes lightning. And that kind of caught between a decision here. Yanahama Syla, about 200 HP.
Wow.
Ends up being a 1-for-1 when the dust settles.
Delight did not have the Resurrect, the bailout there, because he was level 2. Just didn't have access to the spell, only had the handshake and the E. So, pretty big fumble there. Letting your mid laner die does mean that 5-Fire does hit level 4, does have to teleport back in. Dancing Reveal almost gets taken down. Those blight stacks are massive, and this was the swap that we were waiting for. Delight, perfect timing here with no more lane swap detection.
Yanahama Syla trying to kite back to his jungler. Flash Wind becomes lightning, and Tempest is just going to be late to this play. Yanahama Syla falls. The question is, will 5-Fire be able to walk out alive? And it looks like he will. They're going to try to turn around. The Tempest knockup is there. Tempest walks into the storm and is going to get swept away. Feat of Warfare to the Ohio State University.
And those are huge kills and assists going over to Syndra. If we could, real quick, observers, after we kind of move around the map, if we could just take a look and check in on 5-Fire's Splinters stacks, because Syndra getting all of those evolves, getting those additional spells, the kind of modifications to her basic abilities, is a huge part of her kit. And she's at 28, almost is at 40. 40 is her first breakpoint where she gets 2 charges of her Q. Very, very big number coming on through for this champion. Thank you to our observers for showing this one up. Unfortunately, all the other ones are going to get covered up by the HUD because they are attached to the champion or the actual skills themselves. But still, big win here for OSU, and another one that is kind of centered around 5-Fire and Shaloosh playing well.
Yep, these guys continue to just make things happen. There we go. You see the tooltip. Getting the true damage on Force of Will is always great.
Yep.
I always love that, especially against a champion like Mundo, like Mordekaiser, where that true damage is going to help you out quite a bit. Yanahama Syla stepping up here. Delight walking over. This is a handshake. Just waiting to happen. Hit level 6. We'll be able to use the Fate Seal to escape. But an offensive Fate Seal is a Fate Seal that feels bad.
If Delight had some more sauce and he just decided to flash in front of it and tank it so they get the kill, that would have been very funny. Doesn't end up doing it. Oh, 5150.
Oh, 5150. The cleanse on the Chubby Pig, hopping in for round 2, and gets the kill with the flash. Well played there by the bottom lane of Stony Brook.
That's what happens when Delight shows up mid and does nothing. Now he's a level and a half down versus his enemy support, and we talk about having ultimates that are huge and impactful. Well, Nico Pop Blossom is probably the best one at being able to showcase that one. So not only are they getting all this gold, they get the kill onto 5150, trade summoner spells. Instead of going for plates, they're going to take a recall and try to reinforce on this bottom lane. Dragon hasn't been started, and with the timer, with the amount of movement speed that these two players have, I expect that Stony Brook should be able to contest for this upcoming objective. Oh, Delight said.
All right, Delight.
What?
Okay.
Kill this guy.
What? Yeah, I'm so surprised by that. They just decided to walk away dancing with the BL and said, I want to go to lane. I want to farm. I feel like that's one of those, you just can't let that go. You can't let that go at this point.
We have God Vision. He doesn't know where Shaloosh is. He doesn't know if maybe someone else is waiting in Fog of War. I get it. Unfortunately, it would have been a great punish there. Ketong trying to make a play in mid. Doesn't have level 6 quite yet, but could be a huge punish.
Uh-oh, he might be dead here. Because we have the Unleashed Power still on 5Fire. And Masila getting the double knockup. Meanwhile, on the top side, the Chubby Pig this time gets the 1v1.
Here we go. That's a Splinters of Wrath evolution here for 5Fire in the mid lane. He'll be able to grab, getting closer to not a full plate here, but a good kill coming in from Chubby Pig will now open up a massive lead. Explosive charge, probably another plate here for this Tristana. This is a good side lane champion. This is something we haven't talked about too much here in this game, but Stony Brook have really strong side lanes with just the Tristana and the Mordekaiser. Take a look at this play one more time. I mean, yeah, explosive charge, just not enough damage at this point. Oh my god, he used the buster. He used the buster shot on the minion. That is hilarious.
Really well timed to know that as soon as he landed, he was going to hit level 6 because he was going to kill the minion with the W. It was a very well played fight by the Chubby Pig, who is now 2-0, has the BF sword, has a little bit of attack speed right now. Now we're going to see a fight break out over these grubs. First one going to go over to Stony Brook. Shalush wants to get in there, tagged by the Tristana. Here's a Pop Blossom onto 2 members of Faith Field as well. 5Fire, Shalush still alive. Be a 1-for-1 for right now, but then they're looking for more. The Chubby Pig's in trouble. Hopping over the wall. So low. And the arrow to the back. 5150 gets his revenge.
Big win there for OSU as the chains of corruption coming in from 5150 land onto multiple members. They spread the blight, and both top laners actually couldn't join this area. 2M2MC, he took a late recall. Dancing with the BL was even further behind the enemy top laner. So there was always going to be a 4-on-4. But a massive engage there from Yanahasila and Kitong means nothing when the damage cannot follow up. Chubby Pig was locked up, and a great punish here from OSU grabs them 2 grubs early on.
Big scatter of the week there. 5Fire saw that one coming from a mile away. Gets a plate for himself, and now this team is starting to get real strong, Hulk Battery. Gold is even at 9.5 minutes, and the Chubby Pig is about to walk into some disaster here. There's the Unleashed Power of the scatter of the week. No! He whiffed it, and the Chubby Pig stands tall.
Didn't get the stun before it happens there. Use the Unleashed Power, and that's Chubby Pig finding another kill, but he won't be able to push further because he doesn't know where the rest of this team is right now. I'm just looking at that last fight and I'm thinking, how much more of a difference maker would it have been if Delight had ultimate in that fight, if they had the hostile takeover? Maybe it even goes even further in the Buckeyes fashion. But Kitong gonna have that Pop Blossom coming up in 20 seconds. Dragon being started here by Stony Brook. Teleport available if they need it, as 5Fire joining the fight first.
Dancing with the BL, trying to deal with 2M2MC. 5Fire trying to cut off on the side, but he gets knocked up. Turn around on Yamahamasila. He's going to fall. Chubby Pig targeted next. He's going to hop away. Shalush wants him, goes after him. Tempest on the other side, falling as Kitong did too. Tempest will finally end up falling. Triple kill there. And Dancing with the BL dies. It's a clean ace. 5-0.
OSU are destroying and dismantling Stony Brook University. A huge dragon fight earns them the first dragon of the game, and it is 5-0 in this play. 5150 flashing forward, finding the pick. Yanamasila just way too far up, and he doesn't have even his first item here, so OSU, completely different beast going into playoffs here. We thought this was going to be a much closer bout between our 4th and 5th seeds, but they are completely turning the tail of the tape here. They take control of the entrance to the river. 5Fire walks forward, and I thought this was a mistake, but the turn from Shalush, Yanamasila completely eviscerated alongside Chubby Pig means none of the damage here can land. And remember, there was no Pop Blossom available for Kitong. Yet another situation where I feel, Yanni, Stony Brook are kind of making a few mistakes around some of their timers and not really getting their damage dealers in a good position to win them fights.
And a little bit of disrespect too. And speaking of 5Fire, may have pushed up a little too far here. The rest of the team is on the way. He's going to get a bailout. There's a handshake too. 5Fire dropping the ultimate down on Dancing with the BL, stunning him as well. Shalush going after Tempest here. 5Fire still alive as the cavalry arrives.
All right, it's going to be a trade. Who can get the first turret of the game? 2 grubs to OSU, but it is a Tristana and a Nico versus a plate and a half bottom lane. Huge minion wave being stacked as well, but Chubby Pig does no damage to these structures. OSU looks like they're going to try and get this one first. No minion wave either here. So OSU are going to get everything going their way.
Yep, Fire cleaning out that wave.
That'll be
And
feats.
it's just a matter of time before this one falls. It is going to go over to the Ohio State University. Just crushing this game after that ace. Chubby Pig now knows that he has to try to kill 2M2MC. He's got damage, but 2M2MC can tank for days.
No.
The Buster Shot will not kill. That's the nerfs that came through a couple patches ago.
There we go, and that is a big mistake coming out now. Yes, they still end up trading 1-for-1 on turrets. That kill would have been nice, but they also lose priority in mid lane. And Delight is just moving around the map, getting vision down. You have objectives spawning in the next 2 minutes along the top side of the map. That was a good find there from Yanahama Sila, but not completing a first item. Look at how impoverished SBU are right now. No completed items on top side and in mid lane. Tempest coming out of base just now with a heart seal at 13.5 minutes. Everybody on the side of OSU is incredibly well paid, and it is only the Chubby Pig, the man that we always come back to for the Seawolves, that is gonna have to make a huge play in this one to save them from getting eliminated here in the playoffs.
Cresting to the 14-minute mark here. We have a Dragon coming up in about 2 minutes. We'll have a Herald coming up shortly. I mean, this is desperation mode already, right? It's only 3,000 gold. But when you take a look at just who has the strength on the side of the Ohio State University, it is a mountain to climb for Stony Brook. And we have yet to... wait, Yanahama Sila just dying in a side lane. I mean, that's how the game has gone for Stony Brook.
Now they can even make a pick maybe onto Ketong here. They have ultimates.
Oh, there we go. Chubby Pig had to use that cleanse. Silent Ultimate coming through just to say hello as Ketong will be forced off, and this turret could go to the Ohio State University, and it looks like it will.
Looks like they're going to just trade turrets here. Mid lane for OSU, top tier 1 for Stony Brook, and then I love this movement from them. Let's fade into the bottom side jungle. Let's play towards our control mage. Get Fire close to taking down to this bottom lane tier 1 and make it a clean sweep of the first 3 turrets here in this game. OSU, they are just playing basically human wards at this point. All they have to do is just give Fire the wave. He already solo killed Yanahama Sila. Unleash Power is almost off of cooldown as well. 45 seconds before not only does the second dragon of the game spawn, but also Herald on the top side available if OSU want it.
Shalush does not want to give up this fight. Tempest is all alone, and you can't heal through the hail of arrows. 51-50. Kill number 6.
Piercing arrow comes on through, finds him with that W activation for maximum HP damage. They find that pick, and that's another one that's going to feel like a dagger here. Every moment, Fire dodging out on the Fate, unsealed Yanahama Sila. It's not quite a solo kill, but it's as close as it's going to get. A flash also being used by the Yone. Shalush is just styling, and OSU are looking with every single play closer to facing off against Maryville in the top 4.
The Chubby Pig has his 5th kill, trying to be the stopper, trying to face the entire Ohio State University squad and say, this game is not over unless I say it is, but it is a 5,000 gold deficit. It is just an untenable peak to try to reach. Another turret went to Fire. He's just so paid right now. Let's take a look at the replay of Yanahama Sila trying to close out on the kill.
Man, just the thing about the way that this has gone here for OSU, they start off the season with a couple of wins, but don't look as competitive as some of the other top teams here in the league. And even going up against Stony Brook, that matchup in week 5 was a big bout of who is going to be the 4th best team in the League of Legends division for Division 1. Take a look back at this fight, and it is just kind of getting picked on all sides. Tempest is not at all fed enough to deal with this Mundo. Who is going to be able to isolate Ketong trying to move back in? And Stony Brook winning that matchup in the middle of the regular season was such a big vote of confidence because we had seen the Stony Brook team look competitive versus teams like St. Clair and Winthrop, that we thought maybe this could be an outside chance, a dark horse to win or even be competitive going into playoffs. But in this first round, they're getting absolutely slapped around.
Chubby Pig almost able to get rid of 51, or almost able to kill him, got rid of him. So they will have a man advantage for a little bit. Let's see if there's anything that Stony Brook can do with it. Dancing with the BL is about to come out, and the multiple members of the Ohio State University. It's a 1-0, and the Herald should go to the Buckeyes.
Another fight being lost, and Yanni, it just everything is going to OSU. They got 2 Grubs, they got 2 Dragons, they just killed the Mundo in mid lane. Everything, even an Unleashed Power, maybe not enough to kill Chubby Pig, but mostly a formality at this point. They're going for it.
Chubby Pig just can't get away from all of this, from the raw strength that the Ohio State University has. The last bastion for Stony Brook may have fallen with that death, as they are starting to push and add more gold into their pockets.
It's quite telling. 18-6 is the kill spread. 5 of those 6 kills for Stony Brook on the Chubby Pig. And for Ohio State, I mean, yes, Five Fire has looked really great. I want to give a small shout out to 5150 and Delight. There's a lot of questions as to whether or not they would be able to provide, if they would be able to dominate in the same way that we have seen Chubby Pig and Keaton play.
There's a Pop Blossom. It lands onto a couple members and kind of wipes away the hostile takeover, but there's just too much damage coming out. 5150 is huge. Scion Ultimate's going to get him out of there with no deaths. And once again, it's the Chubby Pig against the world. All Q and I are AD carry players.
Yep.
This just feels like one of those games in solo queue where everybody else just does not have a great game, and you're sitting here, guys, I have all the kills. I swear we can win this. You and I know we've both been there.
Yeah, it's been a bit tough there. For OSU, again, this bottom lane, I really want to just highlight the fact that they weren't even the initial starters coming into the year. It was Ruler and Delight that played their first games. Then Delight's last series was actually against Stony Brook. It was 5150 who finished out the regular season with their series versus Maryville. But to see this bottom lane not only play to a certain level that is a lot higher than we saw in the regular season, but then also take care of one of the best bottom lanes that we have in Division 1, I think is something to be celebrated here in the collegiate space here in Division 1. Now we get to just see the Ohio State kind of take their last few steps before moving on to top 4.
Just got to dot the I's and cross the T's, Hawk Battery. It's a very, very large lead, almost 9,000 gold. Otacon is up. You and I have seen many Otacon throws before, but without a jungler, the prospects are looking bleak.
Another kill on the Tempest. Look at the top side here of Stony Brook. I hate to call attention to this, but they are 0-17 here in this game. That is a tough look. Another scatter of the week of Imperfect Cleanse coming out. Doesn't matter, you're still going to get pushed back.
Well, there's... avert your eyes. Hold on. Alright, he lives. Keatong over the wall. Pop Blossom lands. The Chubby Pig desperately trying to make something happen. Five Fire is bleeding out.
One more,
Can
come
they
on,
kill
come
Keatong?
on!
No, they can't. Alright. Keatong lives. Dancing with the BL, trying just for anything. They're throwing anything at the wall to see what can stick here. Dancing with the BL just doesn't do anything.
I don't think it matters. I'm looking at the bottom side of the mini-map right now. I'm seeing that there's an inhibitor being hit, a Rift Herald charging, and hell, they send him into the death realm, but this is still Sion with another 3,000 Shaloosh.
He got in the robot, but he couldn't actually get out. Can he actually win the 3v1 though? It's not looking too bad. Meanwhile, Dancing with the BL finds a shutdown. All right, we're seeing Yana Hamasila ends up dying. Dancing with the BL. Dancing with the BL goes 2 for 0. 2 shutdowns. Keatong in trouble. The Chubby Pig cleaning up. It's only a 6,000 gold deficit.
Oh yeah, it's only a 6,000 gold deficit. It's only my inhibitor turrets being blown up. It's only 5 Fire.
And dude, it was 10k, man.
No flash, no cleanse. Hasn't shown out of the bush. You see the pings coming out. They know that he's in this bush right now. Firefire will not find this kill. Firefire, you better run, brother. You better run.
No scatter of the week for Tempest, but it doesn't
Oh
matter.
my
There is
God.
no Tempest left. Jeez.
He has no HP.
Oh.
He has no MR. Look at him. He's got HP. He's got boost of swiftness. Winged
Are you
boot
sure
plate
he's
is all
got
HP
HP?
and movement speed. And he's got a single cloth armor. None of this is useful versus Firefire.
Chubby
Almost
pig.
level 16.
No, he doesn't deserve this, man. Oh, flashing at Firefire. I love it. All right, now he's going to look for Delight. Delight gonna. Oh. All right. He just got fly swatted. He got fly swatted.
That's a dragon going over to OSU. The Ohio State have maybe prolonged this game a little bit. 51-50 is going to win the duel underneath his own turret. Keaton's also going to go
Keaton,
down.
get out of there. Keaton,
Yeah.
no.
He's just gone. Let's just take care of this dragon. The Baron spawns in a minute and a half afterwards. And Yanni, I didn't think it was going to be possible. I thought that this was going to be a lot closer of a series coming in, considering it went to 3 in the regular season, considering Stony Brook looked just more put together as a roster. But I called early that OSU was going to be the 4th best team, and I may have been wrong in the regular season. But here in the playoffs, here where it really matters, the Buckeyes stand true.
Another donation to the Elk Battery is Right Foundation. Firefire showing up big time when you need him the most, when the lights are the brightest. Back-to-back double-digit kill games. And this one's not over yet. He had 17 in the first game, right? Can he break that?
It is Syndra, and he's close to getting a fully stacked Delight. No more cardio. No more cardio. Okay, maybe more cardio. We're doing it.
Perhaps just a little bit of cardio as a treat. 51-50 getting a kill. This could be the last fight. There's the root. Double kill for 51-50. Sure, multiple members got rooted by Keatong, but it's just too late for it to actually matter. Tempest is getting run down by Solution. 51-50. 51-50 finds himself a triple kill. And I think that could close the book on the ability for Firefire to actually go and get all these kills and break his record.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. The only thing that's maybe going in their favor right now is the fact that OSU are trying to push on 2 lanes, playing on mid and top lane here. 10 seconds before Yana Hamasaila is up, and 2 seconds after that, the Mordekaiser will be up and available. No mid lane wave quite yet. It'll be double inhibitors taken here. Stony Brook are looking at the last few moments of their time here in Division 1 Fall. Tough bout for them to close out on, but OSU, they have been struggling across the board. They end 3-4, a negative win rate coming into this split, or coming into this playoffs. They come in on the Valorant side as the 7th place team. They don't even make playoffs over there. And to take it over, be the 5th place team going up against now Maryville in a couple of days' time, literally tomorrow. They're going to be playing tomorrow here. That's really worrisome.
Have to wonder, with Stony Brook going 4-3 in the regular season, obviously dropping in the first round to the Ohio State University as we expect. Can we call that, like, do we think this is a successful first, split of Division 1 for Stony Brook League of Legends, right? Because it's got to feel like a bad taste in the mouth to lose a series like this, but I mean, 4-3 is 4-3, right? Obviously, there's the big 3. They competed with a couple of them. I think I can agree with your sentiment of you saying yes there. We've gone a little bit too far here as 2M2MC,
Oh my
but
God.
I don't think it actually matters. A Flash Unleashed power is just going to 100-0 Chubby King. And here comes the hostile takeover that just honestly is unneeded at this point in time. Double kill for Firefire. Couple kills going the rest of the way for the squad. That will close out this series. The Ohio State University will move on to face Maryville in the semifinals.
Wow, OSU, man. A good showing here. A really, really confident play. A 2-0-1 where Firefire is completely dominating. 51-50 and Delight look like they are performing. A good showing. And again, 2M2MC, someone who in maybe game 2 took a little bit of a back seat, but that Cassante in game number 1, just really, really good stuff, I think, from the Buckeyes, all things considered. And I mean, you look back on the season, you're saying whether or not this would have been a successful one here for Stony Brook. I think they themselves obviously were expecting to beat up on Ohio State and then see where the chips may lie when you're going up against Maryville and the Saints. But still, I think the regular season where we saw them end 9-7 in game score, Ohio State 7-8. I think either way, both of these programs are going to be kind of disappointed with where they lie. I mean, for Ohio State now, it's kind of, all right, we made it to the playoffs, something we didn't do in the Valorant side of Division 1. Can we go further? How much further can we go? And they have a massive losing record versus Maryville. It's only been a few times that they have played versus each other. It just goes all the way back to when Ohio State and Maryville still played in the North Conference. Yeah. But it's not pretty. So I want to see if the Ohio State are actually going to prove any kind of a real challenge tomorrow, because they have less than 24 hours to prepare for what is the best team in the league.
Well, the good news is we might be able to ask them some questions in a little bit, because we have 5150 slated for an interview. We're going to go ahead and get him set up, and when we return, he'll be right here with us to give you all the burning answers to the questions you are looking for. We'll see you real soon.
Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here with the victorious AD carry of the Ohio State University 5150. 5150. Congratulations on your victory today.
Thank you. Thank you. Such a big win. Such a big win.
It's huge. So you lost to these guys in the regular season, and coming into the playoff, it happened, right? Coming into the playoffs.
Okay,
I
wasn't playing that game. I wasn't playing that game.
Listen, you're still a part of the team, man.
True,
right, so,
that's true.
So
true.
My question for that is, did you take anything from not playing in that series and apply it to this series today?
Yeah, I watched that series and I was like, wow, these guys are easy to beat. We could just play and beat these guys. I'm not concerned whatsoever about this. I mean, like, playoffs was lock, and then it's just like, whatever. I know we're the fourth best team. Like, you saw what happened today. Like, we 3-0, then we were having fun.
We did see what happened, yes.
Yeah, it was pretty fun.
So, was there any, like, additional prep or kind of, like, I guess... Because I think some of the interesting things to me, Stony Brook had side select for game number 1. They chose red side for both of the games here tonight. Obviously, we kind of look back at the regular season, and there was that big discussion about like who was going to be the fourth best team outside of the top 3. So was there anything that you guys did in addition to normal prep for going against these guys?
Not really. We kind of just showed up, took the like, okay, we know exactly what these guys going to pick. We know exactly what we want to pick. It's pretty easy to read them. Like, they picked exactly what we thought they were going to, in first game at least. And then the second game, I guess they got a bit desperate. They tried, like, blind Mundo, and we went 0-10 or something, which was, yeah. And then, yeah, pretty much we knew exactly what was going to happen game 1. We'd do it, like, it was easy, and then nothing special, I would say. Pretty standard prep.
So, your next matchup against Maryville University, which we all know is a tough test. We call it what it is.
Easy 2-0.
All right. So 2-0. All right. 2-0 for you, right?
Yeah.
For you, right? Okay.
It will be a 2-0. I will say that. Yes, it will. I'll leave it up to you. Whichever way you think it's gonna go.
So I have to ask with that. What is preparation like when you have to deal with a team like that? Because it is a very, very tall task, and there has to be prep that does go into it because you can't just come in with a defeatist attitude.
No, I would say I felt pretty good about like the first 3 to 4 minutes that we played last time we played them. We did 2v2 kill them in the bot lane. That did happen. Yes, it did. And then I would say my coach does a lot of prep. That guy is the GOAT. So he does a lot. He pretty much knows exactly the way that we want to get drafts. We do a lot of review. We did learn a lot from that lost series that we played. So, I mean, we feel pretty good. I think it will be a fun series to watch for sure.
So you guys have been splitting time between you and, like obviously different AD carries, different supports. So can you kind of talk about the experience of that during the regular season and even going into today, like what you've kind of learned being able to both play some of these stage games as well as sit on the bench and watch?
I would say that there is an element of like mostly like it's like time related, I would say. So it's like sometimes we just don't have the time because we're students, and a lot of us are seniors. So there's like a big element of that comes in. But it's pretty good sometimes to be able to like just sit and watch because, especially in our scrims, if Ruler is playing, like I can just watch his POV, and then it makes me think more about like, okay,
Wait,
we need
5150, real
Oh,
quick. before
I
you
think
keep
we
going,
lost you
move
for a
the mic a
second.
little bit closer.
like
We're
this,
losing you.
like
Yep,
this.
You're good. All right,
Okay.
continue.
Yeah, I was gonna say you definitely learn a lot from like just like sitting in the chair, the bench, and watching. Because yeah, when I'm watching Ruler play, you know, like if I see something and I'm like, okay, why did he do this? And then I can talk to him or I can talk to my coach. We can VOD review it like as a team. And both same thing with my supports. They have like slightly different champ pools. I love playing with them both. They're both the best. I love them. So I think we do learn a lot by doing that, and I think it makes everyone like want to play more for sure. So we like to use our time well when we do get to play.
Okay.
It's always fantastic, man. Always fantastic. All right, 5150. So, gotta ask you, what are things looking like for 2026 for you in League of Legends? I must know.
Well, CLOL, we got that
True.
to look forward to.
Always.
That's always a lot of fun for us. Other than that, a lot of us are looking to graduate, so I guess have a good, probably lost semester, because who knows, maybe grad program might be in the future, still under the OSU banner, could be, but just enjoy what could potentially be like the lost split, which would be really fun to be able to play with these guys, because they're all
I
my
saw
best friends.
there were some people trying to sneak in. Can we get the boys all on cam?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
you guys
Think
want to
we can
come in? You guys
coordinate?
want to come in and say hello? Come here. Oh, everybody get in.
There
It's my
we
jungle.
go.
Yeah, my manager, my mid laner, my support, my top laner. There we go. Yeah. Oh, there's top laner. Sorry, it's flipped. It's flipped. It's my top laner.
There we go.
Yeah, the solo kill monster right there. This guy's the goat.
True.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yeah,
True.
yeah.
We won't talk about that top 1v2 in game number 1. That was that happens.
We giggled.
All right,
We giggled about that.
Yeah. All right, 5150. Yanni, if there's any other things you wanted to ask, this would be.
I was gonna ask him for final shout outs.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And
Fi-
all of
Final
you.
shout out to my team, my coach, and most importantly, my wonderful girlfriend who is at home with our cats right now and is not upset that I came to play this match because it was a quick 2-0. So that's good. I told her I would 2-0 quickly so I could get home and we could watch our TV shows.
Real.
Oh, we love that. What are we watching? What are we watching?
We're rewatching Game of Thrones right now. Best thing on TV, and Bleach too. Yeah, she's been showing me Bleach.
Very
Ah.
respectable.
Wow, you're going
I don't know too much about Bleach, but we're getting into it, so it's good.
Long series you've chose. So
Yes.
Yeah,
good
but it's
choice,
good though.
choice.
But it's good.
Yeah. Well, I guess that means you gotta head home quickly.
I do.
5150. Thank you very much for your time. Congratulations on your
Thank
win,
you.
and good luck against Maryville.
Thank you guys. All right, have a good night.
You too. You too. Thank you very much. So that is it for the first game that we
Yep.
have today. We do have the University of Utah versus St. Clair College coming up next. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to go take our break. And when we return, we're going to kick off that series for you. Should be a banger.
Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard.
Welcome back, everybody, to Division 1 Collegiate League of Legends action. Thank you for sticking with us through the small break that we had, as we will now finish up our quarterfinals, our final quarterfinal match. That is the University of Utah Utes, who are 2-5 in the regular season, taking on the St. Clair Saints Alk Battery. This is a David versus Goliath-esque matchup. It would be the upset of the year, I think. Utah won.
In real life, Goliath wins, and I would say David and Goliath would maybe eschew more feelings of there's a possibility of them winning. I think in my heart of hearts, I think it's just not there. St. Clair have looked like the third best team here in Division 1, and the Utah Utes, like University of Utah, just have not looked convincing. One of the reasons why they are even here in the playoffs is because they beat on West Virginia in the regular season, plus they got their win from BSU, which moved them up to 2-5. If that series was any closer, which between Utah and West Virginia, a fairly close bout, all things considered.
Yep.
If that had gone even slightly in a different direction, if West Virginia had won that game number 3, we'd be looking at a team that didn't even make it into the playoffs. So I think the Utes are going to have to just take the fact that they made it to this point and be really, really excited.
Yep, you take that, you then decide, hey, we're going to live and let die. We're going to see what happens in the playoffs. And if it's a quick exit, it is a quick exit. Let's go ahead and take a look at the rosters for today's game between the University of Utah and the St. Clair Saints, because there is one player on the University of Utah that is worth talking about, and that is definitely Horizon. Okay, hold on. We're good.
Yep,
We're good. All
take
right,
a look at these lineups. There we go. Horizon has been the biggest standout for the Utah Utes, but for St. Clair, they are still going with a lineup that is a little bit less conventional. I want to double check real quick because I do think that this is incorrect what you're seeing on your screen right now for St. Clair. These are not the correct players. We will have Ricky, Maddie, Flocon, Lig, and FaZe. FaZe has continued to be the support that has played for this team for most of the season. We have only gotten Miracle at the very beginning and intersparingly throughout the season. But yeah, for St. Clair, they're coming in as massive favorites, and they're kind of, if I was this team, I would be immediately already looking forward to tomorrow, as this should be an easy series on paper.
Yeah, I mean, they're collegiate blue bloods up there with Winthrop and Maryville. And if we want to consider them on the same level as Winthrop and Maryville, they got to take care of business cleanly. They got to leave no doubt here. And then we can go and talk about tomorrow's matchup, because that is the one that is really going to move the needle for these teams, because we've seen it happen before. I mean, these guys just play incredibly well. They're very skilled players, and they have so much competitive experience.
Well, one thing that I will say for St. Clair is I think throughout the years, what we have seen with the Saints is that they can be a very aggressive team early on. They can be a team that I think can catch teams, other rosters off guard sometimes, but they do tend to struggle with mid and late game. Even with Maddie being the coach and team captain for this roster for such a long time, it seems like they still haven't really been able to nail down some of the finer points of playing the map and playing League of Legends as a whole. And they kind of get around that by having some of the best early games that we have seen here in the league. So what I would like to see from them is a clean 2-0 series versus the Utes, and hopefully you give us something that is some ground, some foundation that we can work towards and use as confidence going into what is going to be the expected favorites and even the future opponents in Winthrop University waiting for tomorrow in the winner of this series.
Yeah, I think one of the things we need to see out of them in order for them to win that series is we need League to be able to manage how many deaths he's actually going to have. This is a guy who definitely has the carry potential, but just plays so over aggro sometimes and can cost his team against better competition, in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely someone who I think takes advantages of a lot of situations in game, as well as I want to see what this team looks like with more time for Flocon and the rest of the team, right? Like, we talked to Ricky last time on the show. He was saying that the only reason he actually hasn't graduated is because he actually dropped some of his classes last year, so he's had to prolong his stay. We made fun. He was having fun with it. We were calling him super senior and whatnot, but we had him on, and when we have looked at the carries, I mean, Flocon had to take over some pretty big shoes. Bakery Boy was a large part of this program's early success in League of Legends, and his moving on from the program definitely left a lot of big shoes to fill. So Flocon has definitely performed admirably individually. It's just whether or not I think he can actually access that next level to be a top-tier prospect going forward.
Yeah, and he certainly filled those shoes, but that we've seen him play in Tier 3. We've seen him have okay individual performances at times, and he does need to find that second level. If he does, I think this guy can be a really strong mid laner. So when we're talking about outside of Division 1 as like this is like a guy who can really make waves in Tier 2, and he's got a wide champion pool. But again, when you think about like some of the best mid laners in Division 1, you're thinking of what you have over on Winthrop and Maryville, right? And then we're like, okay, yeah, Flocon is really good, or you might even put Fire ahead of him. Some people might. He's going to have to, today is not going to be a huge test. Listen, individually, disrespective of their teams. Today should not be too tough of a test. Although Horizon, if he gets his Vladimir, may cause some problems.
Yeah. Utah, it's tough to talk about this team because it almost feels to me like they don't have a very clear identity. They kind of feel more like a team that relies on unique champions for their players or kind of an off day. I think also a problem with identifying this team does come down to how our standings came out. We literally had a team for every single position, had every single win-loss. We had a team that was 7-0, we had a team that was 0-7, we had a team that was 6-1, 1-6, 2-5, 5-2. We had every single position filled out from 1 to 7, and also it became kind of scoreboard-like. Like, Maryville lost to no one beneath them. They lost a single game to Winthrop, who were second. Winthrop, they only lost to Maryville, and then they went 3 games versus St. Clair and kind of took care of business for everybody else. So everyone beat everybody that was beneath them in this, in terms of the scoreboard. So when we looked at Utah, their only wins are against West Virginia and Boise State. Like,
it's going to be a big jump.
Know.
It's gonna be big. You are skipping the line of Stony Brook and the Ohio State University if you're like, we are going to punch up and take on Winthrop. We just talked about the mid laners for just a moment. We're gonna go ahead and throw our head-to-head for our featured matchup for today, which are these mid laners between Flocon and Horizon, and a lot to like in some areas, in others not as much. The CS differential is rather large, but the champion damage percentage, Horizon is putting in.
Yeah, it also comes with the fact that I think Horizon does have to do a lot of heavy lifting for this team to get things done. It's just whether or not the rest of the roster can kind of pick it up in time for them to find these wins. Flocon has also been very interesting to watch this season, as there was a couple of games, not including the Boise State, where we actually saw him pick up some marksmen. He played a Zeri mid-game. He played a Sivir mid-game. The Sivir one he did lose, as I remember that one. That was up against Stony Brook. That was game 2 of their series during the regular season. But the Zeri game was quite interesting. It was towards the very beginning of Division 1 regular season. I think that the prospects of having that, especially when you have really prolific, engaged champions or players in jungle, like Maddie, playing things like the Maokai, even Ivern coming out, does offer a little bit more in terms of flexibility there. So whether or not we'll get to see some of those more unique champions will be up to some of the drafts and especially how our players are feeling. But Horizon in particular definitely needs to pull all the stops out.
Yeah, we're going to need to see something other than that Vladimir that is in the back pocket that nobody really knows about, the secret technology he might be working on, because it's a champion that he really hasn't been given often. And anytime it's been given away, even if it hasn't resulted in a win, it's made the game incredibly difficult for the other team to play. This guy just really understands how to play the lane, how important side laning is, and picking up his CS and keeping himself safe and hitting his item spikes. And if you don't want any disruption like that going into today's series, you just have to say, okay, we're just not going to allow it. We're not going to mess with it. We don't want to accidentally lose a game somehow, because it is in League of Legends. Sometimes you can make some early mistakes and all of a sudden you find yourself in a very difficult spot to try to turn around.
I'm just looking at the last couple of drafts that we got from Utah in their last series. So Boise State University ends up banning Yorick, Orianna, and Jinx for most of the series. Then we go over to Maryville. Maryville are instead opting to go for Vladimir, Yorick, and Mordekaiser. Then we move over to West Virginia. They also opt for the Vladimir, but this time they put the Cassiopeia and the Trundle. So it's very obvious that teams are taking a notice and they recognize that, hey, we have to ban Horizon. Everybody else really doesn't feel like they're as much of a threat. But I think other players that have some interesting champions, a Narwhal was playing an Urgot as an answer into the Scion. Mm-hmm. I think you also look across. You also have a Mel that has came out previously for Horizon. So I think there are some options here. You can't fully ban out this player. And I wonder if St. Clair are going to just say, like, we only have 3 bans. It is Fearless, and we are the expected favorites. What if we just play around a little bit? And St. Clair are a team that is notorious for doing a little bit of trolling.
Yeah, we've seen it happen even in games where it really shouldn't be. Okay, so I'm trying to think of how many really unique picks that we could see come out here. We'll hopefully be able to see those picks very soon, as it looks like we are ready for Champion Select Alk Battery.
There we go.
The University of Utah Utes versus the St. Clair Saints. As the Utes are trying to make a miracle happen, the Saints, they already have Miracle.
I don't think Miracle's supposed to be on. I think that either that is a last-minute substitution or they made a change. All right. Oh, it's Miracle. They just let us know 10 minutes before. Okay, cool. Why did we? This is why we have to write it in. Guys, the roster submissions are due not 10 minutes. I'm Sag.
St. Clair.
All right.
So hold on. St. Clair. You guys know better. Come on.
Damn.
They do.
Man.
They do. Anyway,
I
back
agree.
to what's going on here. No
Yeah.
funny business. Yorick getting banned. Yorick, in my opinion, a very funny business champion. This champion is good, but needs the right conditions to work. And if the right conditions are met, it can be difficult to deal with. Glad they're just saying, no, we're not dealing with this champion today.
Getting rid of Yone, a champion that I would more associate with Flocon than I would with Horizon, especially the fact that it is one of the few champions that Flocon has played multiple times, 1 and 2 here in Division 1 regular season. Utah putting a big focus on support. Now, Miracle only having played 5 games total. Technically, he has more than 5 games, but it's hard to take the data seriously when they did a massive role swap during Boise State, the second game in that series. They just decided that we're going to play multiple different roles.
Look what's on the table.
So He's played 3 games of Bard here in the regular season, 3-0. He is 0-1 on both Leona and Renata. And it's been a long time since we've seen Miracle back on the playing field. And there we go. They got rid of, instead of banning away the Vladimir, they decided we're going to get rid of Yone and Urgot. Maybe they're saying we just want to take Scion or something a little bit different here. Nunu making it through is hilarious because one of the only through lines for St. Clair in all of their drafts when Maddie has played is Nunu is a permanent ban versus this team.
Yep, and it looks like it wasn't this time around. Now we're going to see Anivia paired up with it. There's going to be a lot to try to wade through here. I think St. Clair are not worried about that Vladimir because it's a champion that Flocon plays a lot himself, so understanding what's going to be really good into it, going to be able to help his team out a lot too.
Wow. All right. I mean, just good range. I think having the ability to even section off some parts of the fight away from a Wukong, very strong. Does have a little bit of dyssynergy in my mind with a Nunu. I think the wall can be a bit more problematic. I do not agree with having a Varus here. I think Varus into what St. Clair are showing is miserable to play. So, what exactly are we going for here?
What am I watching? Is this Anivia support?
No.
Are we sure? Because that Yasuo
this is probably League playing. This is League playing Yasuo. League
I think you're probably right.
Yasuo game. So
wait,
all right.
Wait. It could still be Anivia bot because if you wall them and move them, you can hold off that.
I think it is just a displacement, not
no,
a knockup.
You can't. Oh, I thought it was.
No,
we never see these champions together in a game. So realistically, that would make sense if we're not entirely sure. Now I'm just disappointed. Yeah, we're in the fun zone. If you're saying,
it does actually count. It is knocking. It is
Let's go
airborne. The timing on that is really nuts though, because it is a 0.25 second cast time, and the uptime on that is kind of difficult. Either way, let's get into the back end of this draft. We're having Poppy and Braum taken away by St. Clair. Alistar and Cassante here for Utah.
Seems good.
In my mind, we're looking at more of these tank top laners. Let's try to get something. Honestly, if they're going to pick support on 4 and give Ricky counterpick that matches the vibe that we have seen from them, good engage here with the Rel. I think Utah have shown that they are a little bit one-track focused when it comes to their damage. So whether or not we'll actually see Narwhal pull out something a little bit spicier or go a bit safer and more conservative with these tanks.
All right, Renata going to be the pickup here. You're going to get that ultimate off and can cause some disruption on the Nunu and the Anivia. It's not going to be as much disruption as Lig will have to deal with, but that wind wall will be able to block it. Scion going to round out the composition for the Utes. I mean, if you ask me, this is a fine composition they've put together. Just what I'm looking at for St. Clair, it feels like it's going to be kind of rough, as Rek'Sai will be our final pick, going over to Ricky in the top side.
Ooh, okay. We're going for what is kind of the new matchup into Scion, picking up the Rek'Sai kind of flavor of the month. I like Rek'Sai into most of these champs. The Vladimir is a bit trickier because I think Vladimir basically does a lot more of what Rek'Sai wants to be able to do, but Rek'Sai can always force a pull out from Horizon. Always can do that with the burrow and the knockup. So it's got to be really careful. This is a draft that very explosive. St. Clair have a lot of early winning lanes, especially in the solos here. So what I want to see is them being able to leverage that into objective advantages. And especially the fact that they're going for a Yasuo in the bottom lane here for Lig. I think this 2v2 is incredibly good versus a Varus and a Renata.
Yeah, as long as you're able to get on top of them, if Miracle can get that stun off, you are going to blow up likely the Renata. Obviously the handshakes are going to have to be on top of things, but you mentioned, early objectives. It's going to be so hard for the Utes to actually just take any of these because you've got Nunu consume, right? It's just every objective you're going to have to overwhelmingly win if you are the Utes. And I just don't think that this is the team comp for that. I just don't think that this is the team into St. Clair as players that can really do that. And that I think is a huge issue.
Yeah. It's going to be tough here. Again, the Utes are on a massive uphill climb here. They are the lowest seeded team here in the playoffs. They are the ones going up against the highest seeded team in the quarterfinals here. And they have a pretty massive losing record going into this series. You look at how both of these teams finished the regular season. St. Clair 5-2 in series, 11-5 in game score. University of Utah 2-5 in series, 4-11, almost 2.5 times the amount of wins that St. Clair or that Utah have gotten.
4-11 is it is a season, right? It's tough. It is not out of line with expectations. We knew that coming into Division 1, the first split was going to, we were going to see where the teams were going to fall. We generally expected who the top 3 were going to be. We had a pretty decent idea of the bottom 2 teams. And then we were thinking, okay, what are going to be these last 3 places? And I think early on you could tell that, okay, Utah's going to be a little bit weaker, and it's going to be between Stony Brook and The Ohio State University as the last 2. I think that this is something that the Utes will be able to build on. We just want to see them show some fight in this series, Alk Battery. We're on Summoner's Rift for Game 1 of this best of 3 series. The winner will face Winthrop University in the semifinals.
Not only do I want to see a little bit of a fight here. He lands that, Maddie.
And
showing
he's just
expertise.
dancing.
Yep, that is why this champion has been permanently banned. This guy in solo queue has been an absolute monster on this champion. They're gonna cancel. Get out. He gets out in time. Miracle doesn't get the crash down here. Ooh, the tremor sense also spotting out Horizon here. What I was going to say is not only do I want to see a fight here from the Utah Utes, but how impressive would it be if we got 2 upsets today, right? Like, we haven't really seen too many massive series upsets. We've had individual games. I mean, Winthrop beating up on Maryville, but that's not really a massive upset. If Utah were able to pull off what is the unthinkable and beat St. Clair in a series, in playoffs, I think that would set a massive precedent and would be the largest upset in Division 1 League of Legends.
It would set
Just woke
shockwaves.
up.
Just
Thank
woke
you,
up.
Flowcon.
We love that. Hey, listen, he's just like me for real. Bro must have been...
It's 8 p.m. on the eastern coast. What is he doing waking up at...
I think they had a World's Watch party.
They did, but even when I was working LPL, that wasn't that bad. Bro, what are we doing?
Listen, bro, sometimes you gotta sleep in. Maybe he was up for a little bit longer. What happens is, you have your caffeinated beverages, and all of a sudden Worlds is over, and it's like 11 a.m., and you're like, damn, I'm not sleepy yet. That almost happened to me.
Well,
why do you think I was late to call time?
No one was going to call you out for that one, at least not in public. You did that to yourself.
It's okay.
But
I was 2 minutes late.
Man, Solomon is going to be very depressed because he had no vision. He knows that his Raptors are taken, and he's going to cross over into the red side, see if he can steal a little bit more camps. We're going for a play.
Okay. Poke fly with a nice flash to escape, but it's a good play there from St. Clair. Miracle going to be flashless himself, but has that Hex Flash to be able to remedy that.
If you're Ricky, you have to know, okay, jungler's going to be on our side of the map. You see pings coming in from St. Clair. Does mean that Maddie will get 2 jungle quadrants and split the map vertically with his opponent jungler. And I think if you're Solomon, it's tough to ask your top laner to kind of sit you up in a position to really find a kill onto Rek'Sai. The HP regen, the mobility, especially on this champion, makes it kind of a tough ask to go for early ganks. We'll see what Solomon can pull off here.
Ricky decided to turn around here, so Solomon is going to come through. So see what's going to happen with Ricky here. He's going to have that health regen once he burrows. He is a level up on both of these members. He will tunnel. Knock up, though, interrupts Solomon. He does get slowed up. Ricky will be forced to flash. So good effort there from the Utes.
The wave is pushing towards him. It looks like they want to try to make another play here. Miracle's going to come from Tri-Brush.
Oh, that is the biggest snowball ever. It's a lot of damage, but doesn't really result in the kills. There's more time that Maddie is spending down here to allow Lig to get this CS.
It's pretty meaningless, and honestly, even Solomon, he just gets his first time Raptors here. Is this going to be a play into mid? This is respawn Raptors available. Oh.
Okay, big damage, and Horizon falls. It's first blood to Maddie.
There we go. Maddie not even going to contest. He wants to try to go for topside scuttle, maybe even steal some topside camps, maybe make a play into this Scion right now. You can see with even all of the attempts to try to destabilize the bottom lane, it has not been enough here as the Utah Utes find some success here. There goes Narwhal.
Okay, he flashes, but that snowball is way too big to deal with that. It's Maddie picking up his second kill. Is there a world where we're going to see a full AP Nunu?
No. But if our observers could really quickly pan to the top side, I just want to look at that wave because Narwhal has to TP. That wave is massively stacking in favor of Narwhal. It's going to push away from him. Ricky is going to be able to catch it, and thankfully none of the junglers are going to be on this side of the map. He lost a full wave there from the side of Ricky, but getting that kill, hitting the assist anyway, pretty meaningful there. Now Maddie just gets to keep going at some of these camps. Solomon does get at least the respawn Raptors, so not bad.
All right, we're going to attack Flocon here. We don't actually have any CC to stop him in his tracks, though. It's a big issue with this mid-jungle duo that the Utes have put together. Maddie going to come in here and try to disrupt Solomon a little bit. Oh, hey, that snowball's big. Here we go. Miracle over the wall. Home kick fly and Kawaii Illusion here to try to keep Maddie from getting a kill. Now they're going to turn it on around to Horizon, who's level 5. Wall is out, and there's a shutdown for Horizon. Flocon's in egg form, and it's time for the Utes to get their kills. Pome kick fly, picks one up with Narwhal, misses his ultimate, and Ricky gets a solo kill. Feat of Warfare to St. Clair.
Oh, and he gets it back. Okay, so we're getting 3 for 3. It is 6 kills at 6 minutes. They're making it
Exhaust.
good. Another exhaust, okay.
Wait, Ling is going for
look
Solomon.
for Solomon.
Flash on the E, the knockup is there. He finds the Wukong.
Can we get a little bit more? It's going to be trying to stack up some more of those wind slash strikes. Pone kick fly does have vision. Lig does not here. Also, Renata is coming on through. This could be so dangerous. Oh, Kawaii, no.
The
Get
arrow.
one more.
No flash, there's the slow, the auto attack, the
Oh!
It just came up, and Kawaii Illusion can't finish the kill. The arrow
There it is.
downtown. Pole kick fly gets it done.
All right, St. Clair, they are having some fun with this one. They know that they can be a little silly with some of this game. They make a play in the mid. All of this happens, and remember, look at who the big beneficiaries of these kills are. Pone kick fly starts out the game 2-0-1. Horizon even gets a kill onto Maddie to start. So we talked a lot of big game about St. Clair in their early game, but here it seems like Utah are coming to play really early on.
You see Maddie showing up downstairs, another snowball. He doesn't even need a full commit for those. He's had a pretty solid game for himself so far at 2-1. Not too much in the inventory other than his boots. Solomon's got his Sheen power spike. Pone kick fly has his serrated Dirk power spike. So see if we're able to have an impact upstairs as Ricky is going to get knocked airborne. He is going to heal up and try to burrow out.
Let's go.
Oh,
Let's
he
go.
goes from burrow
Let's
to
go.
burrow to burrow. Just like a New Yorker taking an Uber. He's out of there.
Just like maybe I guess you weren't the I guess you were technically the Uber yesterday for the watch party.
I was the
for
Uber.
World Finals. But hey, good escape coming in from Ricky. It means that St. Clair get a dragon uncontested. It'll be a single red buff taken here by Solomon. Horizon tries to get his way out of mid.
Yeah, that speed up is not going to be enough. He's able to escape the absolute zero though.
Yeah,
which is very
that phase
good.
rush is dangerous.
Yeah.
Phase rush gets him out of that play. I do not know what Ricky is doing right now. I think if Narwhal had a little bit more mana, I think this is a solo kill. Hey, never mind.
It is a solo kill. Oh wait, Maddie's in trouble too. The other knockup is there. And the Utah Utes are up a couple kills and 700 gold.
They're almost up 1,000, and now this will be them starting up the grubs here. St. Clair not at all respecting their opponents in some of these matchups, and they are getting punished. I mean, even the Scion versus Rek'Sai matchup, not as clear-cut as it might seem. You have to be a little bit more careful about when and where you trade. Owen engaged now on a pwn kick fly.
All right, hostile takeover, a respite from the damage. Pwn kick fly, no summoners, only level 5. They're really attacking Kawaii Illusion now, who is finding it hard to walk away with all these stuns as the Utes bot lane is under siege.
And now Solomon in enemy territory. There might be a search party coming on through as Maddie's going to try to find his opponent.
Kawaii Illusion, the bailout is there, but it's just for a couple more auto attacks, and now Pwn kick fly is level 6 all alone, just missed his ultimate. He gets knocked up, he gets knocked back, and he gets sent back to the fountain. Solomon still in enemy territory, and that tremor sense means you know exactly where he is. Ricky is going to look to close this one out. With a blink of an eye, St. Clair is going to knot up the kill screen.
All right. So, we finish off what has been a very wild 10 minutes here. 7-7. While I think that the Renata is getting an extreme amount of value versus the double melees of Lig and Miracle, Lig getting executed to the turret, Miracle did end up falling and giving over a kill to Pwn kick fly. I think we are seeing some of the issues with having to play this immobile bottom lane duo versus a Yasuo. And even some of the value of a champion like Renata is going to continue to climb here in this game. Now, Dragon spawns in 2, we'll have Rift Herald in 5, and what I want to see from the side of the Utah Utes is how we're going to be able to leverage some of the strong champions that we have, like this Vladimir and like this Wukong, to really abuse some of St. Clair's champion pools, and specifically this draft in Game 1.
11-minute mark here, dragging out for 1:45 as an Narwhal is really taking it to Ricky here. Obviously, Ricky getting able to heal up quite a bit once he burrows, but I mean, this is about a 30 CS lead up in the top lane for a Narwhal. I think he's done a really good job so far this game. Horizon may find himself in a little bit of trouble. The wall is there. Now he's got to try to escape. He's going to use his pool, but Maddie flashing forward. Absolute zero gets Horizon's flash, and it's a turnaround. A 1-for-0 for right now as Horizon is going to Ghost, trying to escape the clutches of Folklon. The E does not kill him, and now we might see a turnaround. He's forced to flash over the wall. Kawaii Illusion with a nice handshake there, and Flocon is going to fall. Scrambled eggs for breakfast. Wakey, wakey, bud, you just fell for the second time.
And that was 3 kills going over to Utah. They killed Miracle in the bot side tri-brush. They go into mid and they find 2 kills onto Flocon and Maddie. Just playing a little too fast here in this Game 1. Now Narwhal, there are too many tunnels. We've seen this before here in this game. Ricky should be able to get out of this one. An ultimate from Narwhal goes a little wide, but still, I'm looking at these objectives. I need to see them get a dragon here for Utah if I'm going to have more confidence in this team being able to close out a game.
Well, 25 seconds. You have no Scion teleport. You have no Scion ultimate. So he's not going to be able to join this fight anytime soon. Ricky does have teleport, but he's going to have to stay because this Titanic Hydra means that an Narwhal should not have too many issues with a shove here. So Horizon once again looking to pressure Flocon just a little bit, shove him off this wave. 3-1 and 2. Horizon has his focus. Look for Flocon here. The wall is out. Solomon might be able to catch up. He's going to flash, and they're going to attack the bird and take him down. He gets the kill.
Good punish. Yep, that's exactly what I want to see here in this punish. Oh, Ricky may have died here. Might have to use the ultimate to try to escape. It's going to send him closer to the wall. One more auto attack. The healing from all of that passive. Doing a lot of work. And now Solomon trying to make something happen on top side. No flash. And Cyclone is just now coming up. He might not even need it.
One more auto attack will do it. And he got him. Yeah, Solomon didn't even need to be there. Well, on the bottom side, it's Kawaii Illusion falling to Lig. It's Lig's 4th kill of the game.
They're going to lose out on the first turret of the game. But think about what they were able to grab during all of this. A turret that'll be traded here for Narwhal as he continues his gold lead, up 40 CS versus his opponent after he finishes this wave. They lost 2 dragons here as St. Clair are still stacking a lot of these objectives right now, but I think we're starting to see them put together a working game plan here for the University of Utah. Your bottom lane is trying to go as even as you can with being 50 CS down. Your mid lane is looking really, really solid. Whether or not this Vladimir will have that same level of impact, still yet to be seen.
Yeah, he hasn't been disrupted too much. There was a couple of ganks early on, one of the early deaths, but other than that, I mean, Horizon has had a really fine time, and that's exactly what you want. Everybody on the side of the Utes is strong in terms of carries, but the problem is stuff like this, because you know Ricky is going to be able to attack Pwn Kick Fly like that, force him to use his ultimate, force him down to about 15% HP.
I gotta say, I do respect the, I guess, what is the word that I'm looking for? The calmness, the patience that Pwn Kick Fly had there. 'Cause a lot of the carries probably just flash bearing.
Second Cyclone? Oh, wall. He walled himself to the edge, and it's a Solomon almost solo kill. Kawaii Illusion obviously helping out a little bit with bailouts.
And they just put 3 members in the top side for what? It's you're going to be playing into Sion. That is a good matchup for the Sion there. Now
Be a
3 members
chance
go
here.
for a team
Knockups.
fight.
There's Lick. But Pwn Kick Fly, he walked up a little bit too close. Here comes the ultimate big knockup coming through on Narwhal. And Horizon turned the fight for the Utes. The Ace St. Clair.
The win wall from Lig could have been game-breaking, but it is a Narwhal that completely slammed the Saints out of a top-side fight. 4 for 1 in favor of the Utes. And they'll grab the Herald. They'll grab not the mid lane tier 1 on this wave, but on the next one as well. And Yanni, we might be on the precipice of a big upset here in game number 1. A huge team fight yet again coming on through, and we want to give them benefit of the doubt, but the Saints are just not playing well here.
Absolutely not. And you have those moments where the underdog has a slight lead, and you're like, all right, when's it going to turn around?
Who cares,
when
bro?
is the
Like,
sleeping giant going to wake up?
Look,
But
there's an
this-
Otacon coming. We can always throw.
This means that Utah, they might be doing it. Let's see if they can close. Let's see what they've learned throughout the year of Division 1. Flocon, once again, finds himself in trouble, and this egg will once again be smashed.
Wow. And think about the items that he has, by the way. Look at the difference in the items. I mean, 4 stacks on Rod of Ages, not even a completed Seraphs. Narwhal has to survive a 1v3.
Oh my god, he flashes away and still goes down. The shutdown goes to Miracle, though.
Okay, that was the Ignite doing a lot of heavy lifting there. But I wanted to come back to these items because it's not even completed Seraphs. It's not a fully stacked Rod of Ages versus Horizon Focus, Cosmic Drive, which 125 AP on Horizon Focus is a hell of a drug, but the HP that is on top of Cosmic Drive, the movement speed, so good for a champion like Vladimir. Forces the flash out from Ricky. We're going for more.
They're going to run him down. Assist to Solomon. Horizon's got a 7th kill. They gave this guy Vladimir, and he is looking to make them pay.
Remember, because of Fearless, this is the only game of Vladimir that we will see in this series. Herald is spawned on bottom side. They're going to use this now. And what I want to see from Utah, we need to get some resets in. We need to spend this gold because Horizon is very fed. But we need to get him another item here because Dragon's going to be spawning in 30. And now we're going to be late for this objective. Kawhi's just dead.
Yep, that wind wall is going to cause problems. Knockups on Horizon. He's at half HP, looking to get more damage in. Hold on, Chains of Corruption landed on the leg. Flocon is on a long flank here. There's a teleport from behind as well. But here comes Sion to kind of break this sort of thing up. And now Utah going back. They're going to attack Flocon, the weak side of the flank. They're attacking the weak side. There's a knockup from Lig. Big damage coming through. Lig trying to do what he can. Absolute
Horizon.
zero. It's not enough. It's not enough. The Utes have gone crazy. Flocon's roll will not keep them out. Solomon continuing to push forward to try to take down the Sinivia, and he does! It's another ace for the Utes!
And almost another pentakill as Horizon, one of the times we got to see him on Vladimir, he got the first pentakill of Division 1. He almost makes it happen in this choke yet again, and the Utah Utes, they almost came out with an even bigger loss in that play, but they get the Herald, they'll get 2 turrets on bottom side, the Dragon as well, and it looks like St. Clair. Flocon may have just woken up before this game, but it seems like all of the Saints are just lost, as the University of Utah are looking good in this game number 1 of the playoffs.
Maybe that World's Watch Party was not such a good idea. Early on.
Yeah, I mean, look, like, Kawhi is in complete no man's land. He sends the hostile takeover into the win wall. Like, at that point, the fight should be over. Now they're just getting picked apart. They don't have enough abilities.
Wait,
now we're back to
we're
live.
live.
Miracle.
Miracle, big damage. Wait, hold on. This is a problem. Knockups to their Horizon. Can't heal. He's got to do something to get out of there. He got stunned, but he's still alive. He goes and pulls, and they have the damage to kill the rest of them. Leg on the backside has to make a miracle happen, but he's the only one left standing. Knockup is there. He'll have to flash the pwn kick fly, but he can't finish them all off. It's another triple kill for Horizon. It is another ace for the Utah Utes.
St. Clair are just running themselves into a wall. None of their champions can deal with Vladimir at this point. They are too far behind, and at this point, the goal difference, the experience differential is too massive. They'll take resets, and not even at that. Horizon's just going to heal himself off of this Otacon. A mid-tier 2 is taken as well, and the Utah Utes, University of Utah, are absolutely demolishing off of the player that we were looking to build off of. Horizon in this mid lane on his signature Vladimir.
And how different would that have fight have been if Maddie Snowball was able to connect with Horizon? It was so close. That knockup, they would have had enough to just take him out, but it comes up just short.
All right, Narwhal, you're by yourself. The rest of your team is going to be resetting. A moment to breathe here. And take a look at the standings right now. I mean, 9,000 goal differential in favor of Utah. Kind of a, I guess, like a setting that we were not ready for, almost. Like, we were expecting the Vladimir. It came through. We were kind of expecting to see a Scion matchup. That ended up coming true, but a 9,000 goal lead at 21 minutes was not on the docket. That was not at all on the bingo sheet for tonight.
It might have been on the bingo sheet for St. Clair, but not for the Utes. Now we have a 3v2 up top. But Horizon's so strong, he gets knocked up, he's caught, he heals, he Zonias, he lives! Solomon saving his boy! And they find another one.
Well, thankfully for St. Clair, because of Otacon, there is no Baron at 20 minutes. Unfortunately, there's not much else for the St. Clair Saints to go for. They'll grab an objective bounty in mid with Flocon taking this mid-tier 1 and teleporting to escort and help the rest of his team on the top side. That's a teleport that they will take. And an advantage that now Utah is going to use to siphon away jungle camps on the top side, away from Maddie, going for this kind of AP Bruiser-esque Nunu. It's going to be a Leandries going into the Dead Man's Plate, but Yanni, remember what happened in the last game where we were like, there's no magic resist? Who is doing the magic resist for the... Where is it for St. Clair?
I can't find it. I'm still looking. Oh, Ricky has realized, hey, somebody's here.
What is this flash?
Flashes on Horizon. All right.
I think Ricky knows this game is cooked. I think Ricky and the rest of the audience at home should be expecting for Utah to open up this series with a 1-0 start here in the playoffs.
Wow, this is completely unexpected. I mean, it's not over till it's over, but I mean, the Utes, I mean, you said it earlier, they have no answer for this. I'm sorry, the St. Clair has no answer for the Vladimir. Now, the Vladimir does not have Zonias yet. This might be your last chance if you're the Saints to try and take him out. I don't even know if it's possible.
Yeah, but you gotta hope at this point. Flocon's gonna be able to get away from Scion. Thankfully, looks like there's gonna be a play in mid lane here.
Good handshake.
That's that value of the Renata. Oh!
The knockup is there. Kawhi Illusion trying to get away. He's stunned. Absolute Zero's there. And St. Clair find two quickly.
That's good. That's right before the Dragon as well. Wouldn't be a soul here, but an objective bounty and 2 kills is nice. Solomon's going to show in mid. Horizon is in the area. Trying to come off of base. Another ultimate there, blocked by Lig with the wind wall. Stops a huge hostile takeover from the Renata, from maybe helping them close out this game. Still, I mean, we talk a lot about Horizon, but look at the pieces around him. His top side is doing well, but this bottom lane is completely impoverished right now. not even, we're 24 minutes in and there's not even completed Muramana for this Varus. They're going to get back to here quickly. A teleport comes in from Narwhal, and now they'll fight for the dragon.
Horizon finds himself in trouble. He's knocked up. He's going to pull. The Seven Sonia's in the back pocket. He got exhausted. Can't go after Maddie. Gets knocked up again, but he takes out Ricky. And look at the backside. Solomon is very low, but Horizon continues to push forward. He wants Flocon next. He's ready to take that blast dome, but he's going to wait on it, wait on those cooldowns a little bit. Horizon looking to get around the edge. Maddie and Flocon trying to get away, but Solomon is sticking on them nose. He's willing to give his life.
Oh,
he gets a Triumph Bach, and Flocon can't finish him off. It's the Utes taking this dragon.
They're going to take dragon, and guess what? Baron spawns in 30. I gotta say, Yanni, until this Nexus goes down, I don't want to believe it. I don't want to think that St. Clair would lose a game 1 here, but all the evidence is pointing that this is an unwinnable game for St. Clair. I mean, Utah 15-1 on Horizon. He's almost done with all 6 of his items. He needs to upgrade his Dark Seal to a completed Magi Soul Stealer. And once they take this Baron, and once they take another big team fight win, that's just going to be the end of game number 1. So St. Clair, these next 4 minutes are going to decide whether or not you have any chance. And it sucks, because if you're a Utah fan, you're saying, why the hell are these casters even doubting that we might be able to win here? We're 9,000 gold up. This is any other team. We see a 10,000 gold lead, we say this game is done.
Yeah, you're right. You are absolutely right. But we have seen St. Clair. Remember, we talked about it earlier. A team that has been known to troll around a little bit. We've seen them play against teams that we would consider at the level of Utah that they've been in almost unwinnable situations and they turn it around.
Oh, Flocon's dead?
I don't know if this is going to be one of them. Here's the knockup. Solomon says, I want this game to end. They're going to kill the Anivia again. Horizon continues to push forward.
Baron's
what are we going to do?
Up. Look at where some of these laners are right now. Lig is catching this mid wave. I like this play. Ricky's in the bottom lane with teleport ready to go. And Maddie with no flash. It is near impossible for him to get to this objective in time, even with home guards, even with the biggest snowball ever. So instead, Utah, they're going to have to just take this objective while St. Clair try to cash in on some objective bounties to edge back some of this gold right now.
Hey, Maddie wants to get in there. I mean, it's 5,000 HP. It's just they've
gone.
A big wall. He can't get it. Look at the bottom side. As you mentioned, the split push is coming in strong. Utah committing a lot to secure that Baron for themselves.
All right, so 10,000 gold lead shrinks to 8. Baron gives you 1,500 globally. Q knockup is pretty big. I don't know if Ricky has another tunnel. He's getting a lot of movement speed. Should be able to get out of this one. But yeah, that was as good of a play from St. Clair as it was going to get. You got 2 turrets. You evened up some of the gold lead. An objective bounty that was split between multiple members. I love this gold being toggled by our observers right now. 7,000 gold lead in mid lane. This was our head-to-head going into this series. And damn is it delivering.
1,000% Alk battery. Let's see if Utah can put this away and take a game off the St. Clair Saints. Ricky goes in for Horizon. Can't find him. That pool's on cooldown for a little bit. The siege is still on.
Right.
Biggest snowball ever.
Here's Maddie. Snowball lands onto Solomon, but no engagement
Horizon?
fished out here.
Horizon?
Going for it. Yeah, he has a Sonia's. Hell yeah, brother.
He does not care. He knows he is leading his team to try to end the game. Flocon is split pushing. He is trying to get that turret, trying to get a little bit of extra gold for a little bit extra damage. 5 members strong. Damage to the first Nexus turret. They blow up Miracle. Ricky's going to be the next target. Shields are out. Wind wall's used, but it's not going to save him. Here's a teleport. There's a knockup on the backside. The hostile takeover will seal the deal. Utah stands tall, takes game 1.
41-15, and this is an upset to call it all. That is an amazing one coming on through the University of Utah. Make it happen here in game number 1. We always were talking about, there's the potential. We said that St. Clair do have a bit of trolling in them. They went for the Yasuo bottom lane. They went for the Anivia in mid lane as a counter. This is, at least in solo queue, a 56% win rate matchup up against the Vladimir. This is supposed to be an overwhelmingly favorited matchup because you can stop him on so many pain points. You can use the fact that he basically can't move if you put a wall behind him. You can interrupt him with all of his channels, but it doesn't matter. I mean, Horizon showed more champion mastery, and I think that was a situation where you go for the big counter pick that's Q, but you don't have enough games on it to really know the matchup as deeply, whereas Horizon, a massive Vladimir enthusiast. So congratulations to Utah, but the game doesn't stop there. The series doesn't end there. They need to win at least one more game if they want to pull off the biggest upset in Division 1 history.
As you said, pure champion mastery being shown by Horizon. A fantastic first game. As you mentioned earlier, fearless. You will not have a second chance at that Vladimir. You will have to win on something else, but you have 2 chances to do so. We're going to go ahead and take a break. And when we return, the Utah Utes, destiny within their hands, looking to 2-0 St. Clair to face Winthrop. We'll see you on the other side.
Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected.
Welcome back, everybody, to Division 1 League of Legends. We thought the first series was going to be the exciting one, but somehow, some way, the University of Utah Utes got it done in Game 1 behind the beautiful game played by Horizon and Solomon, who had a really fantastic Wukong game. Now, as we discussed, St. Clair, a little bit of Trollington sometimes. They're going to have to lock in because, listen, the University of Utah Utes have shown that they will punish mistakes.
Real quick, I'm gonna just look over to check who is on the if we have any changes in the in player personnel. Miracle is still playing. Just wanted to make sure maybe if
Lucky
FaZe
you
was going
just
to
get
come
to do
on
that.
through.
Thank you
I
for the
get to do
info.
that. The observer is quite literally right here. I try not to look at it during the game. That has not happened yet. I have thankfully
Okay,
not
good. Don't do
spoiled
that.
myself during the games. But what I did want to say is, yes, Horizon was really impactful. I think a lot of cool things happened because of Fearless now. One, there's no Vladimir, so whether Horizon will have that same impact, yet to be determined. I think we've seen throughout the regular season that hasn't always been the case. Also, a lot of useless champions are now gone. Like, Nunu is gone, Anivia is gone, Yasuo is gone. So, if you think about Fearless Draft as an economy game, I think St. Clair spent as few of their draft bucks as possible in that game number 1, and they got a lot of really important champions away from the side of University of Utah.
Yeah, I think you're right about that one. And we really haven't been able to see the University of Utah play a strictly full meta composition and make it work. Now in that game, 4 out of 5 members were all meta champions. So you did spend a lot out of that. You'd spent a lot out of Horizon getting his big Vlad. I mean, now it's just a matter of what else do you have? Do you have one more champion that you can pull out that you can surprise St. Clair with and maybe shock them and shock Division 1?
This would, again, be the biggest upset we have ever had here in this tournament, bar none. And we haven't had too many of those, to be fair, right? Like, we have only seen a couple of games being taken off, but not necessarily an entire series from a massive upset. We've had maybe 1 seed difference between teams be the upset of the season, but this would be massive in not only determining just our playoffs, right? Like, the winner of this goes up against Winthrop tomorrow as the second series of the night. And to not see St. Clair at least in the top 4 is a pretty big indictment against the program here for Div 1.
Yeah, that would be absolutely failed. I think it's a failed season if you don't make it to the finals, potentially, if you're St. Clair. I mean, if you don't even make it to the semifinals, then, oh man, this was not good. Perhaps no more Worlds parties or anything like that. Picks and bans coming through. Corky is the first one. While we're waiting for the next ones, I'm looking through, Horizon's repertoire, right? He does play the meta stuff. He's playing a bunch of Orianna and Victor lately. He's sprinkled in a couple of games of Mel. We saw at Worlds how strong Mel was in the right hands. Maybe, just maybe, we'll see an opportunity for it to come through and take over.
All right. So Trundle, Corky, it is going to be St. Clair on the blue side this time. So wanting to get rid of some. The Trundle is interesting to me because we know there's no Scion left in the game, and there's also a champion like Zinzao still available. So you can always kind of make an argument that maybe we should actually just be dropping this Trundle ban, but wanting to take that away. I don't know if this is an intentional choice, but we do have Pwn Kick Fly in the jungle position. I'm going to assume that this is just a visual/clerical error, and hopefully we'll get that fixed for you guys at home. Jax as well. So things like Renekton, I do think that Zinzao is definitely really highly prioritized here for Maddie.
Yeah, I think it's the right time to just go and slam that, and whatever Utah ends up picking, you will have good mid lane options to pair up with it. I think of Talia being immediately one of them, but getting a little bit too ahead of ourselves is a good call by you. Zinzao going to be the pickup. No surprises there. Let's see how the Utes respond if we want to go pick up a jungle mid duo earlier.
Remember, the last draft, we saw that they, from the side of St. Clair, decided to ban away the Yone. Doesn't seem like that's going to be the case here. Horizon this time is going to take up the Orianna. So a lot of answers still available here for Flocon. If he wants, Ryze is great. I think Talia also is reasonable. We're going for a Jarvan alongside the Orianna. So a decent amount of engage now available for the Utah Utes.
Ball delivery system there. This does mean that if you are the Saints, if you're Flocon, you have to worry about picking a immobile mid laner, and there it is. It is a Mel. It is a low mobility mid laner, but you do have that reflects You've got so much power in the kit in long, extended fights. Let's see what happens.
Right. Mel. Wow. Okay. I will not lie though, Yanni. The Mel is interesting. I don't think Mel does anything versus Utah. Like, you're not stopping a Jarvan getting on top of you. You're not stopping a Shockwave from landing on top of you. And you're definitely not stopping a Dark Procession and a big W, like the big cage that Narwhal is going to be able to place on you if we get into a 5-on-5 team fight. So, kind of a weird solution. I don't think this is good. Like, now you've gotten countered in topside. Maybe with the Cassante changes, maybe this champion is just a lot stronger in the laning phase than it was prior. But just from a blind draft perspective, I think that Utah are absolutely slamming their opponents, and St. Clair have made a few blunders here already.
Yeah, I agree that the Mel seems to not do very much into what they're showing. I think it works very well with the Xin. I think that it also restricts options for the Utes coming out of AD and support, specifically more so support. So we'll see what the move is there. A couple of AD carries getting taken away, a couple of league favorites that have been known to cause a bit of a ruckus here. As we did see Pokekick Fly and Kawaii Illusion have some trouble outside of the early kills they were able to pick up as a unit when it came to the straight up 2v2. They were really having a hard time.
Always have to be worried. Misfortune is going to be the choice here. What does Lig go for? He is, I think, 1-2 on Kai'Sa in this season. Sorry, 0-1 on this Kai'Sa champion here in Division 1. And I've loved Leona, even though she's kind of fallen out of priority, especially with Rakan and Alistar and Rel being kind of the main four alongside a champion like Nautilus. But I just love the fact that you have the ability to kind of just press ult and check whether or not Orianna or Misfortune have flash. Now we're getting a Yone here. Is this going to be a Mel
bot lane
Mel?
Mel? Yeah, it's bot lane Mel for Lig, I would think. We haven't really seen Yone get in that position down there. And very risky pick coming out for the Utes at support. We talked about this with the rebuttal. If you ult your own team, it's over.
I'm really confused by this 4-5 from Utah. Like, we know that there's a Mel on the enemy team. It doesn't matter where it's going, but we have opted to not only give Seraphine and self-counterpick ourselves later into the game, we've also decided that we're also going to choose Misfortune into Mel. Like,
yeah, this is a head-scratcher. They are looking to smash lane, but, I mean, with the Mel in the bot lane, I don't think you're going to get too many opportunities with the bot lane that you have to actually get kills. Now, the good news for them is that Miracle and Lig theoretically shouldn't have a ton. Like, it shouldn't be able to engage on you and kill you in one rotation if you're full HP. But if there's a second engagement afterward, they might be able to take you out then. Not really entirely sure of the Mel Leona damage as a
I think this is massive. Like, Leona Sunlight alongside Mel passive and the Judgment stacks, like,
it'll take you below half HP.
Yeah,
sure.
You're going to burn, and once you get below the threshold, you're just going to get auto-executed from 750 range. So I think it's tough to play. I think especially as Misfortune, we've seen a lot of her counters involve just outranging her, being able to poke her away, things like the Ziggs, eventually things like even Azir later on are champions that are very good into this champion. So I think Utah are making it very easy for themselves, and while we may not be big fans of some of the draft strategy that has come into this game number 2, I think, especially for teams that are lower on the totem pole, lower in the standings, what you need to do is just simplify and make it easy for your players to just execute. We know what we're doing here on this Utah composition. We're sending Jarvan in, we're getting a Shockwave, and then we have Bullet Time plus the Seraphine Encore to do something. For St. Clair, they're a little bit, I don't want to say they're shorter range, but the way in which they're going to have to engage is very much explosive. They have to be able to do kind of a similar task to Utah.
What is going on here?
Oh,
what? We're sending Cassante mid? So I heard there's this like really, really strong Cassante tech in the mid lane
Okay.
that is doable in practice tool. I don't know much more than that it exists. But I've heard that is specifically very damaging to champions like Orianna. We'll see what happens. This is St. Clair at their finest, doing some weird stuff. The Utah Utes are one game away from knocking out St. Clair and ending their Division 1 season. Oak Battery, what the heck is going on?
I mean, Yone into Yorick is a little bit better of a matchup, and Cassante is actually, if we all remember when Cassante kind of flexed as both solo lanes, his champion was nigh unkillable in the laning phase. So
Agreed.
Orianna's going to have a hard time of pushing him out. It's like a lower range Galio in a way, but you're going to have a lot more dueling potential than a Galio would early on, and even as you hit level 6. So I like the phase rush tech coming in from Horizon. He knows he's going to need that movement speed, especially here in these matchups. And like you were mentioning before we got into this, this is potentially going to be one of the biggest upsets, but that is requiring the Utes to win this game, which we have a lot of doubts, and that is partially to do with the Utah Utes not having the biggest pedigree when it comes to their League of Legends program, but a lot to do with the history of a program like St. Clair.
It'll definitely be a black mark on their history, Oak Battery. They do not want to lose this. And where last game it was Horizon who was the big hero on his champion, this time around it's Kawaii Illusion on this Seraphine that's going to have the important pick. While the junglers are doing their thing, I do want to kind of dig a little bit more into this Yone top and this Cassante mid. I think the Cassante mid takes away a lot of potential ganks from this Jarvan. Does it really reduce the power of Xin Zhao and Cassante is my question, if they want to do something. We'll hold that thought for a moment as Pwn Kick Fly is forced to cleanse.
They have no way of being able to stop if Leona wants to go onto them. This is pretty miserable. You say that it kind of stops, but I don't think that Solomon, once he gets ultimate, what is Flowcon to do? Like, are we really going to trade our ultimate and shed all of our resistances versus these two? I don't think so. You're already getting an armor crush from the Dragon Lance, and this is kind of the tough part. We are trying to do a little bit of flex play. We're letting Ricky play his, I don't want to say signature Ricky style champions, but definitely ones where he's a little bit off the wall with what he is going for. I think it may have put them in a little bit of a hole. We'll see. I think Mel gives them so many outs in this game, and we'll see if they can kind of leverage that alongside with Maddie. Wave is pushing towards Ricky right now, and great vision coming in from St. Clair to spot out Solomon.
Ricky saw that he went back and decided to go use his Q3, and Narwhal level up for now, but that wave's going to come into Ricky. Won't be too much of an issue. We saw Flowcon on very low HP, but ended up being able to come back now.
Narwhal!
Krog's getting completed, and now we're going to have a bit of a clash up here. Narwhal finds himself in a 2v1 quickly. Solomon a little late, and he will not be able to stop Ricky in his first blood to St. Clair.
Yeah, Narwhal, you have a ward. You have to be able to use it, brother. Like, this is now multiple times we've seen top laners just getting punished here on the Yorick.
Miracle forced the
traded
heal.
back. They're giving up a
Going
big
in,
wave for
flashing,
this.
stun on a Pwn Kick Fly. They're looking for Miracle. The slows are out. Nice sidestep, but the stun is there. And they're not able to finish off Miracle. Turnaround, stun even through the flash. Lig will finish him off. St. Clair College, roaring early.
What are we doing in this bottom lane? What is the idea behind this trade? I mean, you gave up a big wave to do that. You are down 20 at 40 minutes. Even in a bad matchup, this is not how this is supposed to go. Big mistakes coming in from Utah. And now it just feels like it is a snowball here. Another death onto this Yorick. And the bottom lane doing no favor for themselves or the team.
St. Clair College may be in their Thanos arc. Losing that game one, all that for a drop of blood, because they look like the St. Clair that we've always seen. We'll see if the Utes have any answer in this game. but it is not looking good early. We're seeing Flocon just go in on a 2v1 with no cares in the world.
Leaving Misfortune to do this by themselves. Solomon is sitting in the weights. Trying to find Lig here. I think this is a good find, especially with Wilusion moving first.
Now Pumpkin Fly is going to look for Lig, but that rebuttal just meant a little bit of damage gets prevented. Now Lig is just trying to kite things out. Beautiful use of vision there. Good flash coming through. Lig might be able to escape out the backside. Miracle says, I'm going to try to finish this fight, but finds himself quickly in a 3v1 that is not going his way. No!
Dude.
He does finish it off. He finds the Jarvan.
What is
Kawhi
Kawhi
Illusion?
doing?
He got too close, and Maddie and Lig clean him up.
Just a lot of confusing decisions being made by the University of Utah, and St. Clair are punishing them really, really well. I mean, you're going to take this, a 3-0 start, now an all-out coming on through. Horizon has to use the flash, a solo kill on top side. This game is going from bad to worse here, and Utah cannot stop the oncoming rock slide that is St. Clair Saints.
My goodness, Hulk Battery, they have flipped the switch. It is not looking so good. We'll see if Horizon can find anything here. He does have that shockwave available to him, and you know he wants to use it. Will he use it melee range? He will, and he'll find a solo kill on the Flocon.
Sure. I mean, yeah, that's what happens when you all out. You lose all your resistances. Did end up getting him back after he transforms back into normal Cassante, but some head-scratching decisions have put St. Clair in a really dominant position early on in this game, and now quite potentially dead again. Thankfully does have the double cast of his E, so gets the root down onto Maddie. Maddie just forcing himself into this bottom side river. Also forces Solomon away from this dragon. I don't think we're playing for this, guys. Like, we have no level 6s. Even on the champions that do have it, Horizon does not have the shockwave. This is not a play that we're going for. Now, because of this, Horizon will miss out on pretty big minion wave in mid lane as well. So this is that ebb and flow that we always talk about.
That's absolutely brutal for him, because with the way the game is going, he might be the guy that you have to rely on once again. He has played about as well as he could have. Solomon really wants the steal here. Flocon's going to walk into this bush. We might actually just go for a fight here. Miracle going to walk up, get the stun down. Maddie's going to try to turn it around as well. And all of a sudden, Solomon finds himself in the middle of everybody. Roots are down.
Okay,
We've gotten one kill back here. Flocon is very low. Root does not land. Dragon secured for St. Clair. And the Utes want more. Ricky in a 1v1 with an Narwhal, but Ricky is not winning this 1v1, or maybe he is. The snap back, no, the shutdown is there. The rebuttal turnaround for Lick with the cleanse is out. Lick getting very low, drops the ultimate down. Can't quite find the kill. Horizon's got a shockwave. He wants to get close. He needs to get close. He knows that this game is on a knife's edge, and there is that shockwave. He finds that kill. He gets the shutdown.
I remember what happened in that last game. St. Clair, they started off really hot early game, and then they cooled off quickly in front of the Utes. This time, Utah finally able to make it happen again. Maddie and Miracle.
Miracle showing up to the party to cause some problems. 2 deaths for the Utes. A 3rd death on the horizon as Kawhi Illusion has nowhere left to go. Will die at the foot of the turret. Double kill for Flocon. Upstairs, the Utes, though, playing at a breakneck pace. They want the grubs. There's a fate-sealed landing from Ricky. Will he be able to find the kill? He does. And Solomon can't finish this fight.
3 grubs, though, still go over. Narwhal will be able to teleport when they are resurrected, but do not have the Maiden anymore. These are minor wins going over to Utah, but pretty big victories being found by the St. Clair Saints. As the college does well enough to keep getting more and more wins just around some of these skirmishes, especially Maddie having a much better game number 2 here on the Xinzao. Away from that signature pick, away from the Nunu that has been banned from him all season long. Now 2-0-5 on the Xinzao. And the solo laners are not looking bad, like a 3-1 top side, 2-1 in the mid lane on this mid Cassante. Even with that shutdown from Lig, I'm still very scared of Mel versus this Utah composition.
Yeah, this Mel is going to be doing big things in this game with this lead. And with the ultimates, you can get Shockwave. Good buffer there for the Unstoppable. Good flash from Flocon as well.
Okay. So, We have a bit of time. Game is slowed down a little bit. I say that as we are in a 10-minute game with 17 kills. Look on very low to dying, but it doesn't have a flash anymore, so you can't look for flash Q3. Vision talk from our observers, maybe hinting at a Maddie waiting in the wings. Solomon's in the area.
Horizon tried to get back to his jungler, but just can't. Maybe he does escape. Hold on, he walks out, but Solomon may be worse off for it as Maddie is relentlessly attacking him. Wind becomes lightning, and to finish him off there. You see kills go down in the bot lane as well. Solomon and Horizon just barely survive with this turret losing a plate.
Hey, that's good enough. You got Flocon another wave there, and your bottom lane just found a 2v2 kill. We saw it in that last game that Lig and Miracle were definitely the better of the bot lanes versus Pwnkick Fly and Kawaii Illusion, both in the regular season and here in this game, in this series.
Oh, good bullet time. Stuns out though, flashes
forward.
Golden Eclipse is far too bright.
Wow, the rebuttal there to push back the Q. That is a huge win, and yet again, now it's 5-1. Like, this Mel is like, this was a huge pivot coming in from St. Clair. The fact that we even got Mel going into the bottom lane, I think, is more impressive because now they're trying to push Lig onto mages, which could give them more flexibility in the 2026 CLOL season.
Even more flexibility in the next round if they get there too, but you are absolutely right. This is not a look that we have seen from them, and good on them for using games like this to give it a shot. Lig performing up to snuff for sure.
Oh.
And another root coming down. Shockwave lands, but doesn't matter all that much. Wait, double knockup. We can have a turnaround, but Miracle and Maddie, the cavalry has arrived. It's a 1-for-1 for right now. Meanwhile, on the top side, Narwhal and Ricky going at it. Fate Sealed lands. The Maiden is not doing enough to help. It is a 4th kill for Ricky, a 5th death for Narwhal. Ricky's the reason why they're an endangered species.
Every step that Utah take forward, it feels like St. Clair are going to push them one step back now. Another play in mid. I just don't... What are we looking for, guys? We have no spells. We have no damage. We have no abilities.
They're throwing everything at the wall and seeing what sticks, and nothing is. 17-6 at 12 minutes.
I want to empathize with the Utes. I want to say, like, okay, the fact that we're looking for these plays, it does give us some options. Like, you're taking away summoner spells, sure, you're getting kills. It's a kill on to Flocon. That's a nice shutdown going over to Horizon, but you don't want to be in the situation where we're permanently trading versus a team that really punishes us for not having summoner spells. Like, why are we looking for that play when I don't have Flash or the Shockwave combo for Horizon? Ricky! I mean, yeah, sure, he gets the first turret of the game here, and now we're going to be walking into the second dragon of the game. Herald's going to spawn in 3 minutes, and we're going to still be down all of these summoner spells versus a Yone, an incredibly fed Yone at that, and a Mel.
Oh, there's another nice route. Good cleanse there by Pwnkick Fly, but that's tough to deal with. He's shoved completely off this turret with that Golden Eclipse coming down. Solomon is here to try to allow him to pick up some of the CS, but it is difficult for the side of the Utes.
Yeah,
Dragon going to St. Clair.
This is just a problem with the draft. Horizon, no Flash, Shockwave.
Shockwave lands. Knockup is there. Team trying to get there. That ultimate plus the blast cone means that Horizon is still alive. Miracle has to flash over the wall. That means they're going to catch Solomon. Bullet time over the top, doing some solid damage. All out, puts Flocon on the other side and makes the turnaround easy. He's got a double kill for himself. And now the chase is on the bottom side. Meanwhile, up top, Ricky is looking to do it again to a Narwhal. Catches him with the end of Q3.
Good flexibility. This St. Clair draft is just a master class in being able to counter what your opponents want to be able to do. Also, I think abusing some of the phase. Oh. All right.
We had that on
you cleared one, but like you're still gonna lose this. Top tier 2's also probably going to go down in favor of this Yone right now.
Kawaii Illusion getting knocked back to the turret. Flocon, unstoppable. Shield, yep, he lives. The good news for Horizon has gotten a couple shutdowns. Ricky might get shut down himself here. It goes over to Solomon.
Yeah, but cool. Pwnkick Fly is dead.
Yep. Oh, wait. Wait!
Oh!
Flocon is dead.
Flocon.
It's another shutdown. Oh, no, Punkuk Fly is dead.
Punkuk Fly is definitely dead in a moment.
Wait,
I think.
no.
Wait.
Ling is backing.
No.
He's got no mana.
All right.
Okay.
So Punkuk Fly lives. I still don't think it matters in the grand scheme of this game right now, Yanni, because
Yeah.
we're looking at pretty massive deficits. I want to be a fly on the wall and just see what Utah were thinking when we go into 4-5 on draft and we have a massive advantage. Obviously, they don't know that they're going to have some lane swaps or champions being swapped into different roles, but how do we land on Misfortune and Seraphine? Is this just trying to help our bottom lane, who has been mechanically weaker than our opponents for most of the season? Is that maybe the thought process? Because that's basically where I would be at.
Strochild is still up. Horizon walking up here just very aggressively. Got the Leona ultimate out. That Solar Flare. Horizon does have Shockwave available. Really wants to nail one here to turn this game around. Teleport coming in on the backside. It's going to be Ricky. Oh, that Shockwave was not timed well. And that means Horizon is dead. Rift Herald went to St. Clair. Narwhal still alive.
Not for long.
Never mind. Nope. All right, let's stay home. Does Narwhal have the vision tricks? No, he does not. St. Clair just dominating this game. Wrap it up. Send him home.
This will be St. Clair looking to take over a 1-1 lead here in this series, taking the second game of this playoff best of 3. And I mean, this is more the St. Clair that we were expecting, but not in the same fashion, right? Like, we have Flocon on Cassante. We're putting Lig on mages. This is a new version of St. Clair that we have been familiar with for the past year, even with this lineup, even with some of the changes coming in with Maddie moving into a coach role, not even sure if he'll be playing for the 2026 season. And Ricky potentially playing for his spot with Sama on vacation visiting family. So we'll see whether or not Ricky will continue to play and how much more of an impact he'll have in this one.
Not only that, you know, looking a little bit to... Oh, all right. Looking a little bit forward to Game 3 here. I think the interesting note is that with the look that St. Clair has given here in Game 2, they can still play their standard St. Clair style in Game 3. They can still go and be like, we're going to put Lig on one of these aggressive AD carries, let him cook. We're going to put Flocon on insert normal mid lane champion here. And these guys aren't missing a beat. It's not like they pulled out the super secret tech because they must win this game. They pulled it out because they know they can and burn more champions out of the pools of these other guys. I mean, Horizon's missing a couple champions. Utah's missing a top laner now because he's dead. Horizon's going to walk out, get ulted, dodges out on Q3, but Solomon can't help him.
Wow. Is Ricky the better Yone player versus Flocon? I don't know if I would believe that one, but he is certainly outplaying his opponent's Q3 to get out of that. Cancel the bullet time as well.
It's
Ricky!
It's Ricky LaFleur. My goodness.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be closing shut on this case for game number 2. 18 minutes, by the way.
20 minutes.
11,000 gold lead here. They have another wave that's coming in through the bottom lane. They just took the top lane tier 2 and tier 3. Flocon gonna have to use the E to get over this wall.
Flocon, get out of there. He's gonna all out. Here comes the rest of the team. They're gonna be able to find the Jarvan. Ricky wants in. That Fate Seal's not available, but they find an R-Wall. And Flocon will fall to the Maidens. That does make it a 4v3. Turret will fall. Inhibitor exposed on bottom and top side right now. 18 minutes, 45 seconds into this game. Ricky lands at Q3, looking for Kawaii Illusion. Didn't kill him on the snapback, but sent him back to the fountain anyway.
Let's just go ahead and take off one of these last inhibitor turrets. Just a massive influx of gold now coming in for St. Clair as they just took 3 turrets in a row. And it looks like they'll take their 4th one as well. This mid tier 3 down, 2 inhibitors left to stand, a dragon that's up, but I just don't think it matters. We'll put them on soul point here for the St. Clair Saints as they look to equalize the series at 1-1.
They made a statement with this game, Hulk. I mean, how about Ricky? I think Ricky made the biggest statement of all, man. This guy just constant 1v1s in this top side. Has played this game out so well. I wonder if he'll get his Flame Horizon this game. We had a Flame Horizon last game that we didn't get to touch on because other things were happening. Ricky with a blind Fate Sealed. All right. I just said nice things about this guy. I actually think he'll just live. Okay,
Oh my
good
God,
ultimate
again!
from Solomon, but Ricky's just healing through everything right now. Oh, Horizon dodges out on the knockup, but he can't dodge out on the Qs.
This is the second Jarvan ult in a row, by the way, that he has dodged out using Q3. They're going to try to chase out, see if they can find this kill onto Solomon. Won't be the case. Otacon's being started on the opposite side, and I like the focus that you had there. Ricky, the super senior here for St. Clair, this guy has been playing for this program for what feels like forever. Always has been kind of a fun guy. We had like things like his Olaf come out. He's always been someone that has been more creative than others. And I think with the addition to Fearless for most of the collegiate season, and especially here in Division 1, he is definitely a player who's going to take advantage of that.
All right, and he's looking to put the exclamation point on this one, Off Battery. He finds himself kill number 14. Will he be able to find any more? They're at the steps of their fountain. Narwhal, Horizon, and Pwn Kick Fly trying to defend the onslaught. Horizon does have that shockwave available. They're not stepping on that ball anytime soon. Here it is.
Nope.
There's a bullet time. There's a shockwave. It does find a kill. Ricky will be forced to walk out here. This middle inhibitor has seen better days. As Maddie is going to go back in completely alone. 3v1. The chase is on. He's slowed by the Make It Rain. Right, can Horizon actually get in the melee range to kill? What a turnaround! Ricky slides in, slides out, gets the kill.
That's a Ricky slide right there. Another minion wave is going to hit on these Nexus turrets, but Yanni, everything in this game from the first minute onward has been a formality from St. Clair. They're at 13,000 gold in the lead right now. There's a dragon for them that they can still take, by the way, that they haven't taken. And we saw Baron in 3 minutes. I don't know if we'll necessarily see that point, because I have a feeling that Utah is going to start to feel a little itchy. Maybe start to pull some triggers and try to find something in this game, as the top gap is just too massive here.
It's huge. It's just very, very rough. And at least it wasn't York in an elimination game. But yeah, this is there's not too much to say, to be quite honest with you. You can just take a look on your screen. You can see the numbers. Ricky's numbers are bigger than Narwhal's. Final push could be coming through here. Miracle, Flocon, and Ricky in the base.
Okay. Let's see how they end this one out.
All out. Onto a Narwhal. Narwhal flashes away. Leona ultimate will land. Zenith Blade misses. Some tools down here. Middle inhibitor going to fall shortly as Flocon dips to about half HP. Lig also missing a little bit. Ricky flashing in, knockups there. Finds the Fate Sealed on multiple members, but couldn't finish off the kill. Bullet time in the fountain, but that doesn't matter. Pwn Kick Fly gets silenced and killed. Solomon at the fountain steps. Lives, but the Nexus will fall. St. Clair College answer back in equal fashion and will force a decisive game 3.
15-2 there for Ricky. A solid enough performance coming in from a legendary top laner of St. Clair. I mean, that was a stomp of a game. The draft looked like it was going to give them a lot of advantages, but I think also Utah getting punished for some of their misgivings, some of the mechanical errors. Narwhal multiple times with vision, or with vision available to him, doesn't opt to go for it, and Maddie just is able to pounce on him. They get multiple kills, which essentially snowballs that lead. Maybe if Yone wasn't as fed, there's some more angles for them to play, but we're seeing some of that flexibility coming on through from St. Clair. These solo lanes just really wanting to kind of show off their stuff.
Without a doubt, Alk Battery, we did say that the Utes were going to have 2 chances to complete the upset. We knew they might need both of them to make it happen. Well, they are down to the final game. They're going to need to pull out all the stops. They're going to need to play tight. Horizon's going to have to continue to play as well as he's played in this series for the Utes to come away with a victory. We're going to take our second to last break of the evening because, we're going to have an interview afterwards. When we return, the final draft, St. Clair Saints, the Utah Utes, the winner will face Winthrop. We'll see you on the other side.
Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard.
Welcome back, everybody, to the final game of the Division 1 League of Legends quarterfinals between the University of Utah and the St. Clair Saints. 1-1 in game score. We did not expect this. Game 2 was really more of what we expected. We will see if the Utes are able to bounce back and shock the CLOL landscape, not just Division 1, or if St. Clair will clean it up.
That would be a pretty big upset, would be the biggest one that we have seen here in Division 1. Obviously, it is our first season here, but I think in the history books already being able to have that happen and having two historic firsts. The first Division 1 pentakill earned by Utah's mid laner Horizon, and then also the biggest upset that they have seen here happening in the first round of the playoffs. And a reminder, we have a bit of a truncated kind of schedule here. Tomorrow is going to be the semifinals, and on the 14th will be the grand finals, the only best of 5 that you will see in this season happening on the 14th, 7 p.m. CT. Also, we do have a substitution coming on through for the 80 carry position on the University of Utah. Wiseward is going to be coming in, and we're going to be seeing Utah take the red side here in game number 3.
All right. I'm interested to see how that's going to shake out, because I give counterpick to Horizon. Just let Horizon pick whatever he wants. I think he has played a really strong series. Just let him go. Just what do you want, bro? You get R5, and we're going to trust you to win the game.
Yep. And with counterpick, hopefully that means that we get something a little bit better in terms of either lane matchups or a more cohesive draft, because we were sitting here on the desk saying, how are we going for Seraphine on 5 if we see that there's a Mel? You're just asking for just complete domination at that point. We'll see what the substitution and the side select swap will do for Utah's, yet again, the second game now on red side, whether or not they can actually accomplish anything. At the end of the day, history is written by the victors, and no one is really going to remember much about this series other than a single upset game if Utah aren't able to close out a series and make history happen here.
Yeah, it's super fun and super great that they did that. I'm really proud of them. But once you do it, once you get that first one, you're like, we're not going to settle. We have to bring it home. And hopefully, this is what the changes they're bringing into this third game we're going to give to them. We're seeing Victor and Nico getting taken off the board. Just a quick note about Wisord. Plays a lot of Kaisa, a lot of Jhin, Varus. So we'll see what he's able to put together. Obviously, Varus not going to be available for this game. He was picked away in game 1. Kaisa would be very interesting if we went for a full dive comp. Not sure if that's in Utah's bag, but we'll see as Bard gets taken away.
Okay, what else are we going to see here? Because Nico and Bard, bans we saw from the very first part of this series, Jax opened up again. This time, instead of the Trundle, it is going to be the Victor. So taking away another control mage from Horizon. Also, you're getting rid of, or even trying to open up now with a Trundle yourself. There is no Scion, there is no Xin Zhao, so what exactly are they prepping for? And we don't have the Fearless bans on the bottom for everybody at home, but Champion's gone right now. You're going to have the Xin Zhao, you're going to have Wukong gone as well, Nunu. It's going to be a Zoe opened up here for Flocon.
All right, that's not a champion I've actually seen Flocon play much, which is quite interesting to see. Typically, there are some other mid laners in the tier 3, tier 2 space that would call that champion theirs. Is Lee Sin is going to get locked in for Solomon.
Okay.
Full mechanics coming out here for the Utes. They're going out on their terms.
Yep, they want to make sure that they're going to have as much fun as possible. Wiseword is going to pick up the Kaisa, so maybe that means that we're going for some dive. The problem that I've had with Kaisa, and especially when there is a discrepancy in play or level of play, is that Kaisa's laning phase is really weak. A lot of teams try to do early skirmishing, and then when Kaisa does no damage, now we're basically down a champion in comparison to their opponents. And we can already see that St. Clair want to play aggressive. We're going to see a Kalista slammed in here, and I'm just going to call it now. This is going to be a Poppy going into support for Miracle.
I think that's absolutely right. Gonna try to shut down Solomon, even Y-Sword maybe on an ultimate. We'll see what else gets picked up. Cassiopeia gonna be the lock-in here for Horizon. Really like this. We'll try to prevent Lig from moving around so much as we head to the second half of bans. Alk, what do you think needs to go off the table? Because we could see a potential lane swap opted into for Utah to kind of keep the Kaisa away from this Callista.
Well, I mean, Alistar is fine. I think Alistar actually adds a little bit here for what is possible, and especially being able to stop what their opponents want to be able to accomplish. Cassiopeia is interesting because she actually stops essentially what St. Clair wanted to be able to get done here. What is going to happen in top lane, though? Because Ricky's going to have to blind something. I imagine we're going to be looking for supports. You don't want to pick up Alistar to try to play into a champion like Poppy, but you're gonna have to do it. Rel's gone. Hey, maybe this just might be a Nautilus. I think Nautilus is just more robust, even if the lane isn't that great. If you're just strictly trying to play for the first 10 minutes of the game, I think Braum is also pretty interesting here. We also haven't seen Rakan, more importantly to me, and Rakan with this is great. We are going for Maokai blind.
Top lane.
I don't think this
Or
is top lane.
support?
I think this is Maokai support. It's basically the W gets around the steadfast presence.
Yeah.
But the champion is so weak because you have no resistances, you have no gold, no experience, so you're incredibly weak. I love a Ricky Olaf here. Completely runs over. And I was wrong. It is going to be a Poppy in the jungle here for Maddie.
Yep. All right. I really like what St. Clair's put together, man. They have, a solid amount of magic damage coming through for Flocon. He's able to farm up and maybe get some good ultimates off. And you've got the Ricky Olaf. Like, that should do it. That should really be formidable. Now, the Utes, they're going to get Urgot. A Narwhal's going to get his Urgot. As you said, that is a Maokai in the support role. I just don't know if there is enough here. It feels like there's a lot of power in the Utes champions, but they're going to have to get to that point. They're going to have to play well enough to make sure that they're able to unlock that power while the game is still at an even level. And it feels like the early game for St. Clair, they can smash it if they want.
Yeah, the cool thing now we get to watch in this game is the solo lanes, because I think the solo lanes just have so much to be able to get done here. I really hate Maokai, but Maokai into Alistar is actually significantly easier to pull off because you can stop him in the middle of his headbutt. We'll see if Kawaii Illusion is going to be able to pull that off, but all they need to do is just survive, because you hit a 2-item power spike on this University of Utah lineup, and you're incredibly strong. Whether you can survive the early game, though, is going to be name of the game. St. Clair, aggressive bottom lane duo for Lig and Miracle that feels right up their alley. You're going to have Flocon on kind of an explosive, out-of-the-box Zoe pick. Let's see if they can actually make it happen and bring us to what is potentially the biggest upset in Division 1 history.
They can do it. Listen, they won game 1. We didn't think they were. They won game 1. They can win game 3. And of course, we're getting some of these little wackier picks coming through, right? I mean, it's another game where Flocon is not going to be on a standard mid laner, we'll call it, although Nivea is starting to get there. We are on Summoner's Rifts for the final game of this best of 3 series. The Utah Utes, can they do it?
Can they do it, or will St. Clair slap them down? Talk about history a lot, especially in the collegiate space. And when we talk about St. Clair, they've had a pedigree of kind of getting there, of being a top 8 program, but never really being a massive success, finding huge championships outside of a few tournaments. For Utah, this is a program that hasn't accomplished very much in the league space anyway. And the fact that they made playoffs, impressive, yes, especially here in Division 1. They were unable to do so on the Valorant side, ending 7th over there. And I think if you were to take down a big dog like St. Clair Saints, you put yourself on the map very quickly.
They're chasing down Solomon. Horizon is nearby. Battlestar is not going to land on the Solomon. Narwhal is behind. Solomon has to flash under the turret. St. Clair aggressive early.
That is exactly what we want to see, though. When you're playing Olaf, spam those Qs. He is pretty far behind, though. When you look at his mana, the fact that he's that far is going to mean his lane is not as good. I wonder if Maddie will come and maybe try to help him, give him some early game assistance. But another game where Maddie gets to start off and basically play vertical jungling. Let the Olaf and Urgot play by themselves.
As of right now, I think a Narwhal is pretty okay with that. It's going to try to win this one, but Ricky getting extra attack speed here. The flash away, flashing out. Oh! Narwhal gets first blood!
Okay, alright. That's a dangerous spot. You have to be careful when you're playing against this champion, even with the low mana that Ricky did have. Not having, once you use the E, that's a long cooldown, especially at level 1 there, so Narwhal got very close to dying on that one. He's just going to take his recall, teleport back in. We'll have a level advantage due to the minions dying in the minion wave, but not much earned all outside of that. Just a 300 gold lead here for the Urgot.
And listen, you'll take that. That's all you need. Get ahead early. Do what you can. As long as you're not giving up these big plays, as long as you're not getting behind in gold, the prospects could be there for Utah. We're seeing Solomon ward hop over the wall. He started this red. Maddie is walking in, and this means that Solomon is going to be denied a buff.
Oh, God. Can he actually get out of here? Because Zoe is trying to move. Flocon
Wait,
looking for something. Doesn't end up finding it. Should be fine. Safeguard's out. Still has the rest of his top side that he can clear. And instead, I like the pathing here from Maddie. He went 2 camps topside, red buff and raptors. Then he moved into his bottom side to prevent Solomon from getting anything. And instead of finishing his top side and trying to match where Lee Sin is, they're going to go for a play on the Horizon.
Oh, I love this. Horizon's up a little bit too far. He just hit level 4. Did not land his Q on a Maddie, but now he's going to look for Flocon. The Mississippi Trouble Bubble does land the Paddle Star. It's not going to get the kill, but Maddie will be able to finish it off. And now it's Solomon. Q lands onto the minion.
If he had maybe the Tempest cripple, that would have been something there. If Horizon had Flash, maybe he gets one more spell off before the sleep comes through, but all these are what-ifs and now paying off for that early invade. Flocon is able to find that assist alongside Maddie. Maddie gets to finish all of his topside camps, move into his bottom lane, and Solomon is so far behind on this Lee Sin for the time being. Feeling good as St. Clair outside of that first blood going over to Narwhal. Everything else is going to expectation.
Getting a crab here for Solomon as 1 kill apiece. St. Clair with a small gold lead for right now. We're seeing Wizard and Kawaii Illusion obviously not able to do all that much right now. You mentioned it earlier, Kaisa just a little too weak. We're going to see a mid lane attempt here. Q missed from Solomon, but good damage onto Flocon is showing up as Maddie as they're trying to finish him off, but Flocon will once again survive. It cost the flash of Maddie.
Good. Great job. This is a really good way to play. I mean, you know that you're going to have a massive wave stacking. Zoe's a champion that doesn't deal well with clearing waves. Same kind of similar can be said for Cassiopeia. Are they going to go for a dive? We got to get some camps. Oh, both teams are thinking about it.
Good cover there by Maddie. Meanwhile, Solomon trying to get everything that he can. Remember, he had that rough early game. The bottom side red buff still has yet to be claimed, by the way.
Yeah. Look on. Trying to look for a recall right now.
Narwhal,
though. Yeah.
Oh, he got the shield. No, this could be the difference. And it is. Ricky stands tall.
That's the problem with this matchup. Also, I think Narwhal, you do just have to start with executioners in this matchup. So, Pickaxe getting punished. 875, that's about the same amount of gold that you would be spending on the Longsword plus Grievous Wounds, essentially, is what that item is. So, great punish there from Ricky. We'll end up in finding him a kill, gets the reset. Probably miss out on half a wave from what I'm seeing on the minimap right now. Aside from that, I have to say, if we're just looking at comps, I really like what Utah put together later into the game. Oh, the last Twin Fangs from Horizon, and that's going to feel really nice because now he's going to be able to soak up all of this wave. And what objective are we going to play for as Utah? Are we going to look for a Dragon early versus Kalista? I think it's a bit tough. Are we going to be trying to play for Grubs to just take that away from Ricky? I think it's a meaningful trade.
Grubs might be very important. Here's Maddie showing up to take out Kawaii Illusion. Flash over the wall. Lig is going to flash after him. Gets slowed up, but the Rend is there. Feat of Warfare to St. Clair.
As soon as he sees Maddie, he needs to just flash. Kawaii Illusion playing with too much disrespect to what his opponents can do, and with the distance there as well. Narwhal gets solo killed again. Supposed to be a good matchup for the Urgot, but not when things like this happen. Also completed the plated steel caps already. So Dragon and 2 kills going over to the St. Clair Saints.
And just when it's like, all right, you got to kill in the mid lane, things are looking a little bit better. St. Clair comes in and immediately makes 2 plays happen and has a 1,300 gold lead. We're seeing Solomon try to do anything to pressure Flocon, and he's chunked out and has to retreat to his jungle.
Okay. I mean, yeah, big mistakes coming in from Utah. Yet again showing I think a misunderstanding of how some of these matchups are supposed to go, or how you're supposed to be able to operate them.
Horizon's drowsy, can't get his ultimate off, and it's going to be big problems. He flashes away. We'll hold it in the back pocket for right now, maybe looking for a turnaround. Heal got used. But he had a nice little sidestep on a Q there, but gets caught by that one. No further fighting.
That was a really well-placed miasma from Horizon, because that grounding stops everything that Maddie wants to be able to do and slam him into the wall while he is put under the sleep. Heal, flash, combo used by Flocon. Gets some more chip damage down onto Horizon, but doesn't turn into a kill. Maybe with this challenging smite, you get a little bit more here. Kawaii Illusion also giving a lot of solo time to this Kaisa and Callista, which is favored towards St. Clair.
Yeah, that CS differential is rather large. Horizon gonna have to sidestep well here. Got caught by the Paddle Star.
Oh, he's just dead.
An auto attack away from death. Flocon's flash is up shortly, but not quite yet. Another ultimate coming down from Ricky forces the flash out of Narwhal.
This matchup is so tough. Like, why do we not have any heal cut here from Narwhal? Please, from beyond the ether, I'm begging you. Utah Utes, run this man his 900 gold. Get him some executioners. Or even, better yet, let's just finish the plated steel caps. You know? Like, surely that's got to be something that's going on here. Ricky's going to continue to take advantage of this. Gets a massive wave crashed into it as Narwhal has to teleport back in, loses both of his summoner spells here. And St. Clair, while this is happening, it feels like they are just nickel and diming Utah on a lot of interactions. Whether it was the bot lane slam onto Kawaii Illusion, whether it was the mid lane play to try to catch out Horizon, even this top lane matchup, and now get the first dragon, 3 grubs, get a lot of the first 3 kills, so St. Clair are really showing that expertise that I think Utah just don't have access to.
Yeah, you said it with the nickel and diming. This game has felt a lot slower than the other ones and hasn't actually been in the kill score. Narwhal finding himself in a little bit of trouble. Ricky doing a good job to make sure he's not tanking any of the minion wave, and this fight's not even close. Ricky is going to get another solo kill. He is 3-1 right now, and the hopes and dreams of Utah getting in the semis are starting to fade.
And Olaf is such a dangerous champion this game. He does so much damage versus a champion like the Kaisa. There's nothing that Cassiopeia can do to stop him. This is when you wish you had Anivia instead of Cassiopeia, because you're like, I want to put a wall between me and the enemy champions. And then, you know, it's really unplayable. Ryzen putting on a master class right now on the Cassiopeia. Has been the player to watch for Utah. Has been outstanding in almost all of their games. It has come down to a similar situation that we have over on the Ohio State when we talk about them, where it's the mid lane is so excellent, but it's about the pieces around them.
All right, Kawaii Illusion going to drop the Nature's Grasp, but Wiseword is not going to be able to escape. It is a dastardly dive by St. Clair, and Lig gets the kill.
I didn't see when Wiseword would have used his ultimate, but not having it there, pretty big mistake. And that's another kill going over, and another plate as well. Split between Maddie, Miracle, and Lig, so 42 gold split 3 ways. And they're just going to keep going. I mean, you have 3 grubs. Are we just going to try and take a full turret before 14?
They're funneling all this gold into Lig, who's up 30 CS right now. Solomon is in. Lig, Fate's Call, looking for Horizon. Horizon with a good ultimate, trying to do what he can to survive, but that kicked
he's
Lig
getting it,
closer to Horizon. The Drowsy is out. Good tag from Wiseword, but he can't actually ult to get in. Lig flashes away. Kawaii Illusion finishes this off. Solomon slides and he finds Maddie. Now Flocon is stuck in the back of the pit, but he does have Flash available. He wants to stand and fight. Flashes over the wall. You know he's waiting for that paddle star to come back up, and he nails it. Wisord over the wall. But the actual flash from Flocon means that he will survive.
Man, that's tough. We just lost 3 members for trading for 1 or 2. Not really worth it in my mind, and we have Dragon spawning in 20. We have so many spells that are just not available to us anymore because of the way this has gone. Ricky could just solo kill him if he really wants it. Like, doesn't have ult, does have flash. See Cassiopeia waiting in the wings, making her way up here. Horizon wants to see if they can trade at least 1 for 1 on this one. Narwhal, like the Sixth Sense, does Ricky know? Does Ricky even care? Let's start with that question, actually.
Oh, we're going to find out real soon. He is level 10. Solomon is on the way. Narwhal is low. Ricky does have that flash. Ward got
He wants it.
So they're aware where he's at. Yes, you are so right. He really wants this one. Undertow. Go get him. Shields are out. Flashes after him, takes him down, and now he's going to look for Solomon next. No, he's going to change course for Horizon, but Horizon gets the shutdown.
Look at bot lane right now. Callista just zoning off all of Utah's bot lane. Not able to walk up. First turret falls at 12.5 minutes in their favor. Dragon number 2 is also going to go over to Maddie. And even with these shutdowns going over, it is just a gold lead that is going to continue to compile here for the rest of this team. Lig, one of the newer members of this St. Clair roster, has been one of the most explosive AD carries we have seen, both on the solo queue ladder and here on this St. Clair lineup. We talked about wanting to see him temper some of that aggression, but I think it's one of the ways that not only makes St. Clair a little bit more distinct in how they like to play, but I think also puts into sharp relief the styles of play we've actually seen from him in this series. I mean, we had Mel in game number 2, that game number 1 as well from Lig, not expected to see him on that champion, so...
Oh, Ricky. That was disgusting, my friend. Horizon is still alive.
Oh my god.
Dodges out of the undertow. Very, very nicely done here. Now he wants back in just for a twin fang. Solomon had hop back, but Solomon's going to die here. And Ricky looking to finish him off. That ward is out. Horizon kiting it out.
Oh!
Flash is too late. Ricky, the 2v1 is successful.
And now they're just going to lose all over the map. It's Urgot being taken down. Another mid-turret they can look for with 4 members deep. St. Clair are going to just say game number 1 was a fluke. It was an illusion. It was something of a mirage for Utah.
Miracle going to take a couple turret shots. He's going to live on a sliver. They're going to try to turn around. Kawhi Illusion chunked out big time. And St. Clair just playing a suffocating game right now. They slowed down the pace early. The first 2 games had ridiculous amounts of kills by the 10-minute mark. We've gotten there at the 14-minute mark, so it's only been a lot in the last 4 minutes, but with a much slower pace means that they were able to control so much. It's an 8,000 gold lead off battery.
Seraph's completed here for Horizon, so for our University of Utah fans, you are rejoicing at some of the item completions, but too far up now. 2 members of St. Clair here to hunt down the snake.
No step on Snack. No step on Snack. Oh, they're stepping on Snake. Teleport coming. Oh, that's crazy. He teleported there and then teleported back. How did that work? Flocon, Sleepy Trouble Bubble is there, and Ricky says, I want more, but he may have put a little bit too much dip on that chip. Fear Beyond Death gonna land. The Fear onto a couple members. Now we have a close quarters fight. Solomon with a kick, didn't do a whole lot. Narwhal not able to escape. Wisord trying to do what he can, but he just doesn't have the damage at this point in time. Knocked up against the wall. Wisord's going to use his ultimate on the backside. He's going to find Flocon, but Maddie has half HP. He's got a triple kill. He wants this quadra kill. Wisord trying to do what he can to stay away. Maddie flashing forward, but can't finish off on the kill. Wisord is out of mana, though, and you know Miracle is going to try the headbutt pole combo. He gets close, uses his ultimate defensively. Teleport is here for Horizon for a potential turnaround. He's got to get close. He slowed up Miracle. He needs to land another Q, and he does. He finds a kill. Now Maddie is going to be the next target. Backing in the middle bush. Will Horizon guess right? He walks in, he wards, he finds Maddie, and now Maddie trying to play a little ring around the rosy here. Don't think he'll be able to. Miasma goes down, stuck in the corner, and a shutdown for Horizon.
2 kills for Horizon, not bad at the end of it. Remember, he wasted a lot of time there, and that was a pretty big investment from St. Clair, but they still take more off of the map. That was an inhibitor turret falling, a teleport coming on through from the Alistar. Can they actually make anything of this? I mean, they're coming on through from mid lane. Horizon has
Good
nothing
ult.
here.
This is a good ultimate from Horizon. Here comes Solomon. It's a good turnaround. Miracle grounded, but the knockup is there, and here comes Ricky. Ragnarok in the house. Takes out Horizon and eats Solomon alive. Miracle gets credit for that one.
That'll be the Herald going over, and that kind of feels like every time we see Utah in this game get a little bit of an advantage, Ricky is there to slap them down. Lig trying to get out of this situation. Maybe outplay his situation.
Lig rooted. Lig is dead. Shut down to Kawaii Illusion. Kawaii Illusion picks up a second. But here comes Maddie. Wyzord's dead. Narwhal's targeted next. It's Ricky getting that one. And Kawaii Illusion can do nothing but try to escape.
I think
but
he's
Ricky
dead.
has come to chop down the tree.
All right, Flocon gets that. Another Herald, and yeah, it just feels like dreams, maybe nightmares here for Utah. This game is all but over with a 9,000 gold deficit for them, and St. Clair continuing to hold themselves to a different standard. You can maybe say game one was a fluke, maybe them doing a little bit of that trolling we were talking about, but Solomon with the fail flash isn't able to get over the wall. Ricky continues to dominate this game, 10-3-4. I mean, hell, you got the kill on the Flocon, but it just doesn't matter at this point. Utah are way too far behind, and St. Clair now going to be on sole point if they can secure this dragon.
Yeah, and Ricky's going to get this turret too. I mean, this guy is just up so much gold right now. It is absolutely ridiculous. Narwhal is showing up, but I don't think you win this fight. Now we have a 3v1. I'm still not sure. Ragnarok going to get popped for CC immunity. Narwhal will fall, but it did require Ricky's flash.
Okay. I mean, cool. We got the shutdown
Horizon died
onto
too.
the Olaf, but I feel bad because I really wanted to believe in the
I did
Utes
too.
pulling it off, being able to have a huge upset. But at this point in the game, barring massive, massive mistakes coming in from St. Clair, they're going to continue their dominance, and maybe that game one just gave a lot of false hope, because we came into this series with St. Clair are going to stomp them, there's going to be a quick 2-0, we're going to be out quickly, and St. Clair are going to move on to tomorrow to play against Winthrop. But I think Utah did the most dangerous thing you could do as an esports team, and he gave the fans hope.
Win one game to give fans false hope. I
Yeah.
always remember that one. That was on the CLG spinner, wasn't it? Back in the day.
Well,
You remember
hopefully...
The
if
spinner
we're
with
talking
Monte
about-
Cristo?
No.
Oh. Yeah, they had this little spinner when he was coaching the team that they used in a in-between games.
I do remember
Yes.
the spinner now. But
I think win one game to give fans false hope was on there. Rift Herald's gonna get used here. Miracle gonna hop in the robot. See if he's gonna just go for the turn or knock people out. He's going for fun plays there. Knockups upon knockups. And they're looking to end this game. Miracle able to finally escape, but they just run over the fight. St. Clair enter. One leaves in a body bag, but 3 members of Utah fall.
oh, Horizon
2
gets
members
one.
of St. Clair fall. All right, Wyzord eating the paddle star there. 3v2. Not too many minions left. This Horizon and Wyzord trying to do their thing. Redemption going to go down. Flash Trouble Bubble doesn't land, but the turret does fall.
More gold. And Utah now staring down a 10,000 gold deficit with Otacon spawning up. St. Clair are going to take their recalls, and I want to be happy for St. Clair, but the things that we have talked about for this lineup has been, okay, are they ever going to clean it up? And I want to give them some credit for the fact that they went 5-2. The only teams they lost to were the teams above them in Winthrop, who they went to 3 games. They almost 2-0'd them. And then they had a pretty bad series versus Maryville, but in terms of game score, 11-5 across the season. St. Clair has shown a lot of fallibility, and that's why it's hard to see anybody but Winthrop and Maryville in the finals of the League of Legends division. Shibby's been a big fan. He's been thinking they can make finals, but if this is the form we're going to see from them, I'm hard-pressed to imagine that this is a team that's going to make a incredibly deep run here.
I couldn't agree more. We've seen these teams play a lot, and usually St. Clair's not the one winning them. Sinclair not winning this fight as Maddie finds himself in a little bit of trouble. If they kill him, maybe Otacon's on the table. They do kill him.
Yeah, but they're ending the game right now. It's Ricky and Lig. We have to teleport Narwhal back, and he might not even have enough HP.
He's only half HP. He's dead. Minions are there, but they do find Lig dead. Ricky is looking to end the game. A second teleport is hitting the turret. Ricky trying to escape through bottom here, throwing the axes behind him, trying to cut. Solomon says, we must kill Ricky, and they will. Shutdown for Solomon.
He'll grab that kill. Every time it feels like they kill Ricky, there's a shutdown available on top of him. He's a 3-item Olaf here in this game. They stopped the Otacon, but I think Otacon's going to be the least of their concerns. There is a Mountain Soul and a single Nexus turret available to them. St. Clair, now in 50 seconds, will have to engage in a battle for the soul over Utah's dead body. See that the Utes are running to the top side. Looks like they want to start up this Herald, or this Otacon. You have Cassiopeia, you have Kaisa, you have a lot of great damage. Flocon with a short distance teleport to immediately reposition himself.
All right, Utah's ripping it. 5v4. Lee Sin knocked out. Who secures it? And it's St. Clair. Who else would it be? Maddie survives and is able to walk out. Lig doing his thing, hopping around the fight. He's got a double kill, gets kicked over to the side, and Narwhal takes him out. But the health bars are just too damn low. Maddie cleans up Solomon. Horizon is still alive. A Narwhal will fall to Flocon. And the last bastion of the Utes will finally fall. A teleport to the mid lane to end this game. Reality is often cruel. Crushed hearts and broken dreams as St. Clair will move on.
35-20 and a dominant Game 2, a dominant Game 3, and both of them off of the back of the top laner, Ricky LaFleur, playing two amazing back-to-back games on Olaf and Yone, brings this team to the semifinals here in Division 1. Kind of a hard-fought battle for the very first game, but outside of that, felt more like business as usual for the Saints.
Yeah, not too surprising in games 2 and 3. Surprising in game 1, but I mean, Ricky went real Super Saiyan after that. He was like, guys, we cannot lose this. We refuse to lose this. And he was the guy that just went with a full carry mindset, you know, and oftentimes we don't see Ricky really take over a game like that.
Yeah.
And he did in back-to-back games. Huge credit to him. Really, really good shout. And yeah, he's the reason why. I think he's the biggest reason why St. Clair have moved on to the semifinals here. And, you know, they're going to have another tough test. They've played Winthrop before. They've beaten him a couple of times, but they've lost to him a lot of times. We'll see. They're going to need to play a lot better than they did today if they want to be competitive and try to win.
I'm happy to see that St. Clair have obviously taken a win. I think it would have been a big demerit against them going in, but a lot of questions about their series, and it's not like they have a ton of time to review to really sharpen themselves up. Thankfully for Flocon, you actually do get a little bit more rest. There's no Worlds Finals at 3 a.m. for you guys. You can take a rest and have to get ready for your series tomorrow up against the Eagles.
Big shout out to the University of Utah for that first game. They deserve a round of applause for that. They got it done. Yeah, I mean, you know, it wasn't ideal for St. Clair, but they had to play the game. They won the game, and very proud of them for that. They can hold their heads high, even though they did not win the series here. We're going to go ahead and take our final break of the night while we get the St. Clair jungler, Maddie, in for the interview. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you real soon.
Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 Pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 Pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard.
Welcome back, everybody, to Division 1 League of Legends. We are here with St. Clair's victorious jungler, Maddie. Maddie, congratulations on your victory today. Oh, you can't hear us. Oh, no.
I also can't hear Yanni. So
oh, you can't hear me?
Oh, so it might just be better if we all just unmute on Discord, and we'll just treat it like normal.
All right. We're going to try it now. All right.
Do it again.
All right. Welcome back, everybody, to Division 1 League of Legends. We're here with St. Clair's victorious jungler, Maddie. Maddie, congratulations on your victory tonight.
Yeah, big win for us.
Yes, sir. All right.
I've got to get in here really quickly. Yeah. Maddie, what is the punishment for today? Because there was that game 1 was very disgusting.
I mean, I think I need to be punished for that Nuno performance. That's my signature. I can't be doing that. You know.
Yeah.
I think that's like one of my few losses with Nuno in competitive. Right. Everyone permabans it for a reason. I did not show why today.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say I went back because I usually for like playoff series especially I go through like all of the team's drafts. Nuno was permanently banned against you all season up until this point. So the fact that that was what happened, I was like, damn. But yeah, like after game 1, what happened? Because Ricky basically just like put on the carry pants. He said, "I'm not losing to these guys."
I mean, I won't lie. Shout out Ricky. We kind of like made him try the right side top in the game 1, and I think that's half on me for underestimating Utah. I think we came into it thinking we would roll them, and they surprised us the first game. I think the first time we played them, the Vladimir also went crazy, and he just first picked it and then went crazy again. So maybe a mistake on our part, but shout out Ricky because we just gave him counter pick for the next 2 games, and he definitely performed up there.
Mm-hmm.
How much of that was because of the watch party you guys had? I hear that Flocon had just woken up just before I see you already. Going,
Yeah, I'll say maybe we're off a little bit because we all stayed up to watch Worlds, at least like most of the team. We were all at school until like 8, 9 a.m. I woke up at like 4:30 personally. I know my ADC and my mid woke up at 6 p.m. So maybe it's SKT's fault, but at the end we still came in clutch when it mattered, right? So.
Yeah, you guys still took care of business. Real quick, if you know from the team, was everybody on the team a T1 fan, or were there some KT love?
I think Flocon is like a Chovy. He likes Chovy, so I think maybe he's not an SKT fan, but I don't know specifically. I mean, I think most people root for T1, right? But I'm not 100% sure. I can't speak for people's.
There are a lot of T1 fans.
There are a lot of T1 fans. Yeah, that is true.
Not if there's anything wrong with that.
Speak for yourself. Maddie, tomorrow you have to immediately pivot into playing against Winthrop. Any like thoughts immediately about that? Because it's less than 24 hours, plus the fact that you guys have like there's a lot of history between you guys.
Yeah, I think we're 3-3 against them in matches across Division 1 and NACE this semester. So it's definitely looking like a start of a rivalry as long as we can keep matching their level. I know they've also taken down Maryville recently, so they're definitely like a top collegiate team at the moment, right? So our performance today doesn't really show that we might match that level.
Yeah.
But we play very aggressive and very coin flippy, I guess you could say. So if the coin flip's on our side, we could definitely take it up to them and have a good series tomorrow. It's just important we all forget about these games and just start thinking about tomorrow, you know?
Yeah, real.
No doubt. I was gonna ask, do you feel like you have to change any aspects of your team's identity when shifting from a team like, Utah, who gave you a really good fight, but now it's time to go play against Winthrop. It's time to go play against one of the top two teams. This is one of the matchups that we're waiting for throughout the entire playoffs.
Yeah, there's definitely a change in mentality. Even from when we played them like the last few times. Maybe that's on me as a coach for not like putting the pressure to always perform at the best 100% level. But it definitely feels like when we have these big games against MU, against Winthrop, that we come in like with a completely different mentality, and that's what I'm expecting going into this week, as we have a lot of matches even for NACE and Division One semis and finals. Right, we beat Winthrop. There's definitely a change in mentality and how we go about it, and I'm excited to play tomorrow against Winthrop because I think they're a really fun team to play against, and they're all great guys over there as well.
Yeah. Maddie, it's been a weird season. You guys have had a lot of roster kind of jumblings around. There was that situation where we had you guys like play Flocon in bottom lane and like in mid. We even had Miracle come back in today, which was kind of a surprise considering he's only played 5 games. And this all comes with the idea that this is like prep for 2026 and potentially your transition into full-time coaching for the program instead of also playing jungle. So what does that kind of look like now that we are, about 8 weeks from the very beginning of this season?
I think the reason we were like moving players around a lot is just to like test the waters. I am trying to transition off of playing, which is why we've been giving Alonso game time. We also signed FaZe, who used to be at St. Clair like 3 years ago, who came back, and he was performing in solo queue and in practice. So like there's no reason not to give both a chance. And we just ended up doing a roster lock going into this like playoff season. It's not to say you'll never see FaZe again. Everyone will get their place to shine. Obviously, we had to do a roster lock recently, and we've played all our ACL matches with Miracle as well. So we're most warmed up with Miracle. You should expect to see him tomorrow. But yeah, also it's all prep into going into the CLOL season. Obviously, fall doesn't matter as much as like winter, right?
Yeah.
So it's all building up to that. We might have a potential few new players as well next semester. So.
Hell yeah! I can't wait for St. Clair Canyon to come through after the Gen G the Gen G downfall.
Replacing the GOAT jungler Maddie, of course.
Yeah.
Have the strong successor. Yeah, So, speaking of the CLOL season coming up in 2026, you guys have had some pretty top finishes that have been really, really solid. How can you guys as a program push the envelope a little bit farther? Top 4, maybe even a finals appearance.
I think with the synergy that we've started to build up over the years, it's like the roster we're playing now is the exact same as the semester before, right? If we could just keep building on that synergy, it definitely gives us an advantage over teams like the new Maryville, right? It's still Maryville, but 4 of the players are different. It's a completely different team when you look at it. So we're looking to just use that synergy, and maybe with a few new potential recruits as well that we're bringing in. We could just solidify our gameplay. We're definitely too aggressive at times where we shouldn't be. So it's important that I shape the team and the players into very less aggressive in the moments that it matters, because we also end up greeting a lot, which costs us some games. Definitely cost us this first game. Me personally, greeting, going too far into the jungle, getting the Vlad ahead, things like that. But yeah, we're not never count us out, for sure.
Yeah. All right, Maddie, one last question before we let you go. Shibby is the biggest St. Clair believer on the broadcast. He said he's the only person that I have gotten a lock on that he thinks that you guys are going to be in finals. What do you say to all the St. Clair hopefuls and to Shibby and fans like that that are going to be watching?
I'll say shout out Chibi. I think a lot of people think that the match versus Winthrop won't be close. It should just be heavily Winthrop favored. But we are 3-3 against them in matches. We've taken a series off them. They've taken a series off us. So this next one should be just as close. And so shout out to everyone who believes in us, specifically Shibi. I watch the podcast sometimes, and I've seen him vouching for us. So
There we go.
We love
Let's
that.
go.
We love that. Alrighty, Maddie. Thank you so much for your time here. Any final shout outs you have before tomorrow's match?
Shout out Kral. He gifted me a Twitch sub to our own Saints Gaming CA channel because he watches our games. So shout out Kral. We'll see you tomorrow. Shout out Sean again for making this program. I wouldn't be here without Sean Byrne. Shout out Chibi again too. 3 shout outs for Chibi.
Excellent. Yep, 3 shout outs for Chibi. Excellent, man. Alrighty, well, enjoy the rest of your evening and good luck tomorrow in your match against Winthrop.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course, of course. All right, everybody. Before we go, we have an updated playoff bracket for you that should be ready and raring to go. Yippee! It's somewhere.
Send it. Give it to
come
me,
on.
Ice.
Come on, Ice.
Send me this bracket. Come on, bro.
Oh my goodness.
It's slow.
It's slow. I was told we had an updated playoff bracket.
It's
I'm
yep. And remember,
Love you.
if you want to make sure that if you want to get faster graphics, if you have
Complain
questions
meta.
about the show broadcast, please go online to Ice Fire-Eyed Prod on Twitter. All of his DMs will be open. If you want, send him all of your lovely messages about the Division 1 broadcast. There it is. We have our updated playoff bracket. Maryville versus Ohio State. Kind of an upset, but it's 4th versus 5th seed, so kind of not. And then St. Clair against Winthrop, like Maddie had said, I think is the closest of the semifinals and one that is hopefully going to deliver on a lot of the storylines that are converging tomorrow.
Without a doubt, I am so excited for that matchup. And hey, who knows? Maybe.
I now realize also this graphic is wrong. Finals are on the 14th. It is going to be on November 14th. Time is correct. Date is not. We're having a little bit of a conjoined or a shorter playoff time this time, just to be transparent, not to run over Saito Combine, which is also happening around the same time.
Yes,
so
very important.
The 14th will be the grand finals here, and that'll be a lot of fun. I mean, it's a really truncated finals a playoff bracket.
It's a sprint. Yeah, we are sprinting.
Yes.
A little bit of prep time. It's kind of like World's quarters and semis, right? Where there was the very little turnaround time that you had. So these teams are going to have to be up to snuff and prepare. But that's going to do it for us before this thunderstorm knocks out all my power from myself, my co-caster, Alf Batty, for Ice, and everybody else, the Division 1 family behind the glass. We hope you enjoyed tonight's broadcast, and we hope to see you tomorrow for some more Division 1 League of Legends action.
Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends.